winter dune. What you doing? What you doing? Doom.
Ontogeny.
Doom.
have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice soared. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It was so good to have you here right now. We're gonna have a fun stream, so I hope you're ready for it. Whether you're watching live right now, and hello all of chat, it's so good to have you here. Or whether you're watching sometime in the future, either in a VOD on Twitch or on YouTube. Hello to all my YouTube viewers. Growing in number, which is wonderful. Somebody do the YouTube command there. Welcome. If it's your very first time here, then an extra special welcome to you. And let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So what does that mean? What is a paleontologist? You probably know that already. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Hence, dinosaur paleontologist. Most paleontologists don't work on dinosaurs, but you can probably tell from my office that I do work on dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs with various museums across the western US. I study dinosaurs, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now 5 days a week I talk about dinosaurs right here on Twitch. This is my means of doing science outreach and making a living, believe it or not. This is how I put food on the table, so thank you to all of the supporters who make these broadcasts possible. Yeah, you're literally sustaining a scientist through your contributions, so thank you very, very much for that. Speaking of science, on today's broadcast, we're going to be talking about Brachiosaurus, because today happens to be the 122nd anniversary of the announcement of the discovery of Brachiosaurus to the general public. So we'll be talking about that, and we'll kind of segue into the science of supersized sauropods, long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs, which Brachiosaurus is a wonderful example of. We'll be talking about how they got so big, how big they got, and how we can figure this stuff out. And we might even talk about which one may have been the largest, although, as you will learn throughout this stream, that is a very, very difficult question to answer. But by the end of this, you're going to know a thing or two about it. And, yeah, hopefully you'll be able to speak with some degree of authority on very large dinosaurs, sauropods, and why they're so big and so cool. So yeah, and if you've got any questions along the way, those are the bread and butter of this channel. Without questions, this might as well be, you know, a YouTube video, right? It wouldn't be much of a live stream without that interaction between me and chat. So yeah, let's have a give and take. Ask me some questions. That's what I'm here for. Speaking of that, let's go through chat real quick and dinosaurs with the best lifestyle, yes, even including birds, says Birds are Dead On. Well, we'll talk about that, yeah. There's actually a wonderful, well, I don't know how wonderful it is, but a goofy little song about that. Maybe I'll play that for you in a little bit. Kirsten Games, how are you doing, Kirsten? Welcome. I already lost the top of chat, but I'm going to go down through this and say hello to everybody, or everybody who's here in chat. I remember seeing Kodali and Smorphosaurus and Lenina and Cyant streams up higher, but I've since lost them. Anyway, but hello to all of you. It's great to have you here. Gita Aloha, what's shaking with you? Howdy. MS Coggins, how are you doing? Welcome, MS Coggins. Kirsten Games, I already said hello to you, Kirsten, but hello again. Travel the World, how are you doing, Travel? Always lovely to see you. I hope things are good in your part of the world, Travel. Glad to have you here, as always. Got something in my eye. I don't know what it is with these eyelashes on the left side. You know, it's a blessing and a curse having long, luscious eyelashes, chat. Maybe it's Maybelline, or maybe it's a pain in the butt. Goodness. Shoot, back in high school, when I did theater, I was always really proud because I didn't have to, unlike all the other boys in theater, in drama, I didn't have to wear, what's it called? It's not eyeliner. The eyelash one, with the little brush that looks like a trumpet cleaning brush. I also played trumpet. What is it, chat? Shoot. Open up the bottom of chat here. Yeah, mascara. There you go. Yeah. Thank you. I never had to wear mascara because I've got naturally very long, luscious eyelashes. I used to get complimented all the time when I was a little kid on that. Oh boy, my goodness, you have the most beautiful eyelashes, young man. Anywho, but it's a pain in the butt when they get tangled.
Gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain. So
James
we know
Howlett.
what they were like, and can even sculpt them into still, or rather, extinct life.
Cheers.
A year and
Thank
a half
you.
of feeling like a kid again. Love your support for the community and what you've accomplished.
Oh, holy
Keep
cow.
spreading the knowledge. I love being able to share this with my children.
James Howlett, you'll have a lot to share with your kids about today's stream, I think. Because everybody loves super large dinosaurs, and that's what we're talking about today. Thank you so much for the 18 months of support, James. I appreciate that more than you know. So thank you, thank you. Holy cow. That's wonderful. Yeah. Good stuff, James. Thank you for supporting me for a year and a half. Holy moly, that's almost a whole year, isn't it? No, earnestly, though, thank you so much, James. I really appreciate you. Who else have we got in chat? Smorphosaurus, Gearsome Games, Birds of Denon, Christie's Art Nook. How are you doing, Christie's? Welcome, welcome. Ghostly Ghoul. What's shaking with you? TMKDK. Howdy, howdy. Duck Admirer has brought their admiration here again. Welcome, Duck Admirer. Hope you're ready for Thursday Birds Day tomorrow. We will probably have some ducks to admire. Professor Blunt, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Rax the Pigeon, welcome back to you. It's so good to see you again. How you doing, Rax? Yeah. Miss Yvette, howdy, howdy. Scrolling. Freya Eloise. Does anyone know what the biggest one is known to be? Google says different things, lol. Google is correct in that sense. Paleontologists also say different things. So yeah. Man, it is warmer in here than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to have to get a fan and put that going real quick. It's finally warming up here in California. Give me a second. Plug this thing into the wall. That should do it. Yeah. Nice. Fall Machine, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy. Friendly neighborhood Mexican. What's shaking with you? It's good to have you here. Pocket Theremin, that says that was moving. I'm glad you liked the cold open video. Yeah, what a... Out of all the songs ever produced, that was certainly one of them. Yeah. Let's see. And just roaming around, how are you doing? Longa boys. Yeah, we're talking about the sauropods today. Sauropods. Freya Eloise says, is that the same as Titanosaur? Titanosaurs are a kind of sauropod. Yeah. And Birds are Dead On.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Fronature_.
Thank you, Birds are Dead On. I really appreciate that. And Fro Nature, enjoy not having to watch any ads for the next 30 days. And enjoy using all those emotes. We've got some sauropod emotes. Very appropriate for today's broadcast. Yeah. I want to see a ton of sauropod emotes in chat today. Fro Nature, welcome back. Good to have you here. Trithier. How are you doing? Howdy, howdy.
Blaming the dinosaurs.
And Gita Aloha, thank you for that 100-bit donation there. Appreciate that, Gita. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Yeah, Invisible Dimensions. Yes, indeed, it was Bozeman. Bozeman, Montana is where I used to live, and apparently, I don't know a lot about Star Trek, but other people do, and they tell me Bozeman, Montana is where First Contact takes place in the Star Trek timeline. Which, you know, that Star Trek timeline could well be our own timeline. It looks like this very well could happen. This is from The Next Generation, right? Star Trek TNG. Yeah. World events almost seem to be lining up for that. We've got, you know, a year and 3/4 to see if this happens. But yeah, Star Trek could prove to be prophetic. I wonder if they'll also be prophetic about Bozeman, Montana, too. But, yeah. Yeah. And Christie's, I do have a lava lamp. I have always had a lava lamp on stream. Since the very beginning. And Golganek, thank you for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Alright, scrolling down.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
We got 2 alerts for that. 2 for the price of 1, Golganek. Thank you. And Matt M33, 29 months from you. Look at that. Look at that ontogeny occurring. Beautiful.
Ontogeny.
Almost 2 years of
Ontogeny.
introducing.
Matt M33 is growing up. They grow up so fast. Thank you, Matt M33, for your ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 29 months. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Man, subscribers, they grow up fast. You know? Yeah. Undisclosed Space Frog, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Is something missing behind me? What do you mean?
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Creatrix Brit. Brit, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for those 100 bits. Appreciate you. We do have a hype train going. We've got 2 minutes to try and get to a level 1 here. Let's see if that happens. Moosey Fate, oh, yourself. How you doing, Moosey Fate? Welcome, welcome.
If you're feeling a bit
Yeah.
tired, try blaming the dinosaurs.
If it
Ah.
gets too warm there, I'll mail you some snow.
Really spectacular.
Thank you, Hogan. I appreciate it. You have a surplus of snow where you are right now?
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Moosey Fate 1.
Thank you for the 100
They have
bits,
given 68
Hogan.
gift subs in the channel.
And thank you, Matt M33, for that gift sub to Moosey Fate. Really appreciate that. And
Fronature _ gifted a tier 1 sub.
thank you, Fronature. Really appreciate that, too. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. Did I test Starlink? I didn't get a chance to today. No, Kodali. I had some other stuff going on. Yeah, shoot. Hopefully tomorrow morning. Yeah. Darn it. I forgot about that. I was gonna do that. I'll make it happen, though. And Pionides melanocephalus. What is that, Birds of Dead On? It's gotta be some sort of bird, given your proclivities, Birds of Dead On. Let's cover that in a minute. Yeah. And Timber says, why not April 20th or 21st to show it for destroyed during World War II? I could do that, Timber, but... Well, you know, maybe I should. I might be on vacation there then, though. Let's see. Timber, that's a fine idea. Let's see what my schedule looks like. There we go. Yeah, why don't we do that on the 20th? Yeah. Let's see. Spinosaurus, Egyptosaurus, Bahariosaurus, and the destruction of the Munich Museum. It's going to be a somber topic, but that'll be a nice one to cover there. Thank you very much, Timber. I appreciate that. Yeah, good stuff. We didn't have anything scheduled for that day, so that's good. That's good stuff. Very nice. Yeah. Let's see. And Silent Bob says snow. I've got to mow the grass this weekend, Alabama. I don't... Shoot. You know, if I had grass to mow, I'm sure I'd have to do that too. I don't live where there's snow, Silent Bob. Because I live in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. And that was actually... I hope it doesn't come across as bragging or anything. But, yeah, this is a point that I made clear just today. On the old Bird website. Yeah. Where did that go? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So Jim Kirkland was responding to this tweet right here. Jim Kirkland, yeah, a colleague of mine, we're working on some dinosaur papers together. Did some, well, a paper right now, a project. But, yeah, he has had a ton of snow in Salt Lake City, Utah over the past few days. And, here was the last image that I had on my phone. Sunset over San Francisco last night. Just beautiful. Yeah. There is the San Francisco skyline right there. And actually, if I scoot this over a little bit. Yeah, there we go. You can see the Bay Bridge, and you can't quite see the Golden Gate Bridge. It's too far. But, yeah, Salesforce Tower, Transamerica Pyramid. Sutro Tower is over here. Yeah, San Francisco Bay at low tide, so I was able to walk way out onto the tidal flats. But yeah, really beautiful. So no snow here either. We got that in common, Silent Bob. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Carcharodontosaurus. You know, I should add that too. It slipped my mind. I thought of Brachiosaurus, other theropod, but there you go. Timber. Carcharodontosaurus. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Timber. Yeah. How many dinosaur fossils do I have, says Freya Eloise? 0. Freya? Yeah. This and that, you know, baby Tyrannosaurus, baby Triceratops, adult Protoceratops, Deinonychus, Carnotaurus, Euoplocephalus, Camarasaurus, Dilophosaurus, another baby Triceratops. I also got Stegosaurus, and there's a Smilodon, not a dinosaur right there. Telmatosaurus, Archaeopteryx. None of these are actual dinosaur fossils. These are all 3D prints. This is a 3D print that I did just yesterday. This is the Carnotaurus skull. Scale model. My printer's not big enough to do a full-size one. Although I am working on a full-size Allosaurus skull print. I will show that off, well, it'll be months from now when it's done. But yeah. Anyway. Real dinosaur fossils belong in museums. And my office here is not in a museum. So I've got 3D prints. And a few casts floating around too. But, yeah. Yeah, like we always say.
That belongs in a museum.
And thank you, Birds Are Dead On.
Sub to Allosaurus. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
Brilliant. I'm printing a full-size Allosaurus. Is Allosaurus here in chat right now? Birds Are Dead On. Is the Allosaurus here in the room with us now? Birds of Dead on? Here. There we go. This is the Allosaurus model that I am printing. So I think this is partly based on scans of actual fossils and part of it is sculpted, but I'm printing this sucker full size. She's gonna be huge. Holy cow. He's gonna be a meter long, almost, or maybe longer. Big ol' Allosaurus, full-size skull. There is an apple right there for scale. Oop. Oh, darn it. Not a banana, sorry, it's an apple. But, you know, hopefully it still gives you that sense of scale that you need there. But yeah, and how long does that take to print? Is it expensive? This is gonna take about 900 hours to print. Yeah, not all at once. There's pieces you assemble. And I tried to print one of them at the beginning of today's broadcast, and printer is not having it today, so I'm gonna try and fix that tonight, I guess. But yeah, there's something up with my Z-axis. But anyway, an age Imadsanite, I think this is A. fragilis. I think 6-foot turkey, yeah. Yeah. And yeah, 900 hours, Creatrix Bird. I mean, it's gonna be big. It's gonna be really, really big. This is gonna be my biggest skull that I've printed. So yeah. But it's gonna be gorgeous. I mean, holy cow, is this gonna be beautiful. And is it expensive? Well, I mean, I've been very, very fortunate in that members of chat have actually purchased 3D printer filament for me from the old Amazon wishlist. And, yeah, there you go right there. Moobot just, coincidentally pulled that up a few chats ago. So there you go. I do not have enough filament right now. No, I definitely need some more, and it's on the wish list. But, yeah. I hate when there's something up with my Z-axis. Yeah, oh, it can really put a crimp in your plans when your Z-axis is askew. Or cattywampus, or kapikahe, as my grandfather would say. Yeah. Do I have an estimate in grams, kilograms, Creatrix Brit? And I think it actually says on here. Infill 10. I do 5%, and I do a 0.8 nozzle to make it go faster. But yeah, amount of filament 6.3 kilos or thereabouts. It'd be a little bit less for me, but yeah, 6.3 kilos. And it's gonna weigh more than that, obviously, when it's done, because it's got air inside, and that also weighs something. So yeah. But yeah, and Freya says, I have no idea how 3D printing works, but it sounds very complex. If the printer were working, I could show you how it works. Thank you, Birds of Dead On. I appreciate you. Thank you, Birds of Dead On. Look, we're now 1/10 of the way to our sub goal. Beautiful. Very nice. Yeah. Call me a slub. Wait. Fall Machine, is this some sort of... Something may have been lost in translation there, Fall Machine, but... I appreciate you. Yeah. The print is pneumatized. Yes, indeed, Brannington. Art imitating life, yeah. Let me turn this fan off. It's now getting too cold. And how many pieces to make the skull? How many different files are there? Here, let me check the folder real quick. And I can tell you. Here, I'll pull this up again. There we go. And then let me pull open the folder. Desktop, printing. Properties, how many files? 72 files. 72 different pieces. Yeah. Because, as you well know, a skull is not a single bone. Whether it's an Allosaurus skull or whether it's a human skull, there are a bunch of different bones that make it up. Yeah. Here we go. Bones of the skull. Learn in 4 minutes. Let's take a look at
The
this.
skull is made up of 22 different bones. 8 cranial
22.
bones that enclose your brain within the neurocranium.
There's more in a
14
dinosaur.
facial skeleton bones. There are also 6 ear bones. With the exception of the mandible, the bones of the skull are joined by sutures, which are a kind
Mandible also joined by sutures. It's not obvious in us mammals anymore, or in us humans at least. But in a dinosaur, you've got 2 dentary bones right there, and then you've got several other bones in the back of the jaw, which in mammals actually become the bones of the inner ear. Yeah.
joint that is synarthrodial. In other words, it can't move. The 8 cranial bones include 1 occipital bone, 1 sphenoid bone, 1 ethmoid bone, 1 frontal bone, a pair of parietal bones, and a pair of temporal bones.
So, actually, strictly speaking, most if not all the bones in the skull are paired. In humans, some of those bones are fused really, really tightly. But in our ancestors, those bones were paired. So, like the frontal bone right here that they mentioned.
1 frontal bone.
Yeah, 1 frontal bone. That's actually 2 frontal bones that are just fused. They're fused really, really well in us. But yeah.
A pair of parietal bones, and a pair of temporal bones. The occipital bone is found at the back of the skull. The sphenoid bone can be found in the middle inferior portion of the neurocranium.
Anyway, you get the idea. But Hogan wants to know how many bones in a Pachycephalosaurus skull. Shoot, I can show you that. I've got a beautiful exploding Pachycephalosaurus skull to show you. Excuse me. Let's wait till it loads. But this is the skull of Stegosaurus, which is one of the better known of the Pachycephalosaurs. Stegosaurus validum. And, yeah. There we go. There is the skull all assembled like this, and I actually have a Stegosaurus skull right over here. There we go. It looks like this. Very solid. It's got this big bony dome right here. But even a Pachycephalosaur has still got a whole bunch of different bones that comprise its skull. So yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'll give you a link to this so you can explore it yourself. There you go. There it is in chat. So yeah, isn't that neat? It is a good thing that glue is cheap, Tommy Platicus. And I've actually gotten a lot of glue donated to me by a wonderful friend of the channel, Travel the World. She sent me so much glue, and that's definitely made things easier for me. So yeah. So the top one is a solid mass. Yes. Well, yeah, that would be the maybe frontoparietal. So I think these are actually the frontal bones and the parietal bones that actually fuse together, and there's no more suture there anymore at all. It's just, yeah. And this is by far the most common part of a Pachycephalosaur that you find. So these dinosaurs, they look like this. Stegosaurus is that's a nice one right there. Yeah. What we call a dome-headed dinosaur, a Pachycephalosaur. Stegosaurus is not very big, but I've worked at sites where we were digging up, or collecting a Pachycephalosaurus dome. Find it from the game Saurian. There we go. And these guys are the biggest of the Pachycephalosaurs. And they've got a big old dome when they're full grown. And that's the most common part of the animal. Like, the rest of the bones are fairly nondescript, and they're fairly delicate compared to that big mass of solid bone in the dome. So that big mass of solid bone is the most resilient part of the animal. It's the most likely to survive and be fossilized, you know? Yeah. Even if the whole rest of the animal gets eaten, even if, like, a T-Rex walks along, a huge T-Rex, which lived at the same time as this guy, just grabs a Pachycephalosaurus and somehow swallows it whole, that dome is the part that is most likely to survive digestion and then later get buried and fossilized, you know? Yeah. Did they actually use them to fight, or is that in the movies? It's in the movies, Silent Bob, yeah. They probably didn't actually use those domes to fight. A good friend of mine, an old friend of mine, Carrie Woodruff, who is a sauropod guy. This is a sauropod stream. We'll probably be looking at some of Carrie's research. He normally works on sauropods, long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. But for his doctoral thesis, he worked on Pachycephalosaurus. And so he became kind of an expert on Pachycephalosaurus, too. Even though his heart truly belongs to the sauropods. But Carrie made some really interesting findings pursuing his doctorate, and I'm really excited to share those with you once he gets them published. Which hopefully shouldn't be too long now. Hopefully it'll happen this year. But he doesn't think they bashed heads like in the movies. Or like you see in movies like The Lost World, Jurassic Park. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Here we are. And these captions are not helping. Friar Tuck. That's funny because he played was it the Friar or the Apothecary that's Pete Postlethwaite, and he played was he the Friar or was he the Apothecary in the 1990s Romeo and Juliet? I thought he was the friar or the priest or whoever. Anyway, yeah. He was both? Oh, okay. Friar Tuck. Did he, did they combine both of those roles in that movie? I don't even remember. I want to say they're separate in the play. And, oh, and goodness, hang on a minute here. Let's transform. Sorry that it's whoop. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Flip horizontal. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, Brennington, that beautiful Mamenchisaur depiction. Even if we think they looked a little bit different, that sound is... Oh, man, that's really something. Vigilanta.
Of the Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age. Giant meat-eater with long, dagger-like teeth.
Sounds like the announcer needs to take a cold shower. Mighty meat-eater with long, dagger-like teeth. Sheridanicus, thank you so much for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on air for the past 5 months. Excellent. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get to the Pachycephalosaur in a second here. Sweet Axolotl, thank you so much for the 5-viewer raid. I appreciate that, Axolotl. I appreciate that very much. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Have you been here before? Chim Chim Chiri, how are you doing? Welcome back, I think. I seem to recall your username. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Sheridanicus, thank you for that gift sub.
A bit cheated. Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Welcome, Kirsten Games. Howdy, howdy. Good stuff, and you have been here. Welcome back, Chim Chim Cherie. If anybody's here for the very first time, then please introduce yourself if you don't mind. My name is Danny Anduza. Introducing myself right now. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch doing some good old-fashioned science outreach, talking about dinosaurs, talking about fossil science, trying to give you an inside peek into how paleontology works.
Kirsten Games gifted a sub to Chim Chim Sherry.
And thank you, Kirsten Games. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Yeah. But yeah. Don't be afraid to axolotl questions. There you go, Ghostly Ghoul. Yeah. Questions are the bread and butter of our streams here on Paleontologizing, so don't be shy. And you've been here before? You have been, Sweet Axolotl. Beautiful. Nice to be back. Great to have you here. I've not... Pete Postlethwaite is great. Yeah. I need to check that out, Vigilante. I need to check that out. Brassed off. Okay, cool. Cool. You know, shoot. We're gonna finish this clip about Pachycephalosaurus, and then maybe we'll watch a quick video on axolotls, because they're actually really important. They've got some really dramatic ontogeny to discuss, and ontogeny has a lot to do with Pachycephalosaurus, too. So let's go ahead and get into that, shall we?
Ontogeny.
Here we go. So this guy is supposed to be dinosaur paleontologist Bob Bacher, and my old boss Jack Horner was the scientific consultant on this movie and the original Jurassic Park and Jurassic Park 3. And Bob Bacher, I don't know, Jack was kind of annoyed with him for various reasons. A lot of people have been annoyed with Bacher over the years for sometimes very understandable reasons, let's be honest. So Jack decided, like, let's put Bob Bacher in this movie, and then later he gets eaten by a T-Rex, which is pretty funny. But, yeah, anyway. Yeah. So yeah. Let's talk about ontogeny, and then we'll bring it back to Pachycephalosaurus, because that's actually a beautiful confluence there. Axolotl ontogeny. There we go. The axolotl salamander doesn't want to grow up. Let's take a look at this. Yeah.
The axolotl isn't just a frilly salamander with a half smile and a blank stare. It's named after an Aztec god who escaped death by morphing into this amphibian shape. It's a creature that's a bridge between worlds, the spiritual and the natural, the aquatic and the terrestrial, survival and extinction. Like most of its
what a neat animal.
relatives, the axolotl begins its life as a tiny translucent egg laid underwater.
Yep.
It grows into a tadpole, a larva with gills and a flattened, fin-shaped tail. In time, many salamanders shed these features, develop lungs, and crawl onto land. But the axolotl never makes the transition ashore. even as it grows, up to a foot in length. It hangs on to its larval lifestyle.
I could make a joke about many members of Twitch chat kind of following the axolotl's footsteps, but I'm not going to make that joke. So yeah.
The gills are reddish purple from the blood cells pulsing through them, pulling oxygen directly from the
Very
water.
cool. You know, life is a rich tapestry, and there are so many different types of people who fill different roles in our society, and it's all cool, and we should celebrate everybody, including, of course, axolotls. What a remarkable, remarkable animal, you know? Yeah.
To breathe, it just flaps those gills. But if that doesn't work...
Look at all those chickens. Bubbleman6, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Let's go back a ditch.
From the water.
Yeah. Look at those frilly gills.
To breathe, it just flaps those gills.
Cool.
But if that doesn't work, like if there's not enough oxygen in the water, the axolotl has a backup. Fully functional lungs. It can use to gulp air from the surface.
Very cool.
These organs are evolutionary leftovers from when its ancestors lived on land.
I didn't know that axolotls are secondarily aquatic. Very interesting. Very interesting. And were axolotls present during the age of dinosaurs? I don't know if axolotl, the genus? Is axolotl a genus? Let's look this up real quick. Let's look them up on the old Tree of Life here. There we go. Axolotl itself might be a modern genus, but there were definitely axolotl-type animals that lived during the Cretaceous period, and I found fossils of them before. Little amphibian jaws. Usually they're jaws that are the most distinctive. Yeah. Ambystoma mexicanum. They are unfortunately critically endangered. Yeah. They're not super close to Diplocalus Morphosaurus, no. They're a more derived group of amphibians, I believe. Yeah. Oh, shoot, so axolotls are, like, super recent, actually. Yeah. Interesting that we don't have a time frame on this. Usually for these groups, we've got time frames that show, like, oh, yeah, 70 million years ago this group diverged, but I'm not seeing that here. I think we might not understand that all that well. But axolotls themselves are pretty recent. But there are definitely axolotl-type, like, very axolotl-like amphibians, salamandery little guys with gills, probably, that lived during the Cretaceous period, at the same time that dinosaurs were running around, doing their thing. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, anywho. Let's continue.
The axolotl's lungs are a rare example of cryptic metamorphosis, when an animal matures to its next stage of development internally, but doesn't show it on the outside.
Pretty cool.
Despite its
You could also call that neoteny or pedomorphosis, and it's something that Pachycephalosaurus might also do.
Flexibility, this magnificent vertebrate is in trouble. Since the 16th century, the axolotl's native habitat, Lake Xochimilco in Mexico City, has been built over and polluted as this
in an unsuspecting world.
Holy cow.
Creatures from the dawn of time.
What is this?
Will they wreak? What lives will they destroy? What depths of panic and terror will they create?
Ox Tiberius, thank you, thank you.
And their 99 raiders have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Ox Tiberius, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that tremendously. How are you all doing? It is great to have you here. And welcome back. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Ox, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. You're doing some science and technology yourself? Beautiful.
To the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence, for that matter.
Yeah. Tranced Mind, excuse me. Thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils.
Of animals that have ever appeared.
But I study...
the dinosaurs.
I study dinosaurs. And thank you for the follow there, Breeder Kodai. How are you? Welcome, welcome to the channel. Here on Twitch, I do science outreach 5 days a week. Talking about fossils, talking about paleontology, trying to give you an inside peek into how this science works. I go out and I dig up dinosaurs and I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, but one of the most important parts of my job is outreach, and that's what I'm doing here.
Feeling a bit cheated? Try blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, BitGamey. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Believe it or not, this is my full-time job. This is how I make my living nowadays. This is how I fund my research and my fieldwork. So every bit of support like that from BitGamey helps out. Yeah. Tranced Mind says, love dinosaurs. Well, you're in the right place, Tranced Mind. You are in the right place. We were just talking about this group of very cool amphibians called axolotls. Actually, I guess they're one species. And they go through some really interesting changes as they grow and mature. And we now know that a lot of dinosaurs also went through some very interesting changes. So there's an interesting confluence there. But before we continue with that discussion, I feel like there's some new people here in chat. This might be a wonderful opportunity to play a little welcome video to introduce some of the new folks to the channel. Give me a 1 in chat if you would like to, see a welcome video. Maybe with, a very mysterious and elusive previously recorded Danny. Because legend has it that if enough 1s appear in the chat, that previously recorded Danny will materialize and tell everyone, inform them what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place. So without further ado, he's right on cue, sneaking up behind us right now. Previously recorded, Danny. Go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day, Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country. A dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly. So I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our friends Ox Tiberius and Sweet Axolotl for those raids. Can we get a shout out for both of them real quick? For Ox and for Axolotl? Ox and Axe, as it were? Yeah! Good stuff. Good stuff. So yeah, there's a little about me, and this is what I do, you know? Welcome to Paleontologizing. I should add that video I produced way back in what was that? I think October or November of 2020. Yeah, I don't teach full-time anymore, except here on Twitch. This channel has grown to the point where it just kind of made sense for me to do this full-time. I do kind of miss teaching kiddos, but I don't miss that commute every day into San Francisco. And, anyway, I've been able to focus on research and outreach full-time, which is pretty special. And, yeah, this summer, I'm going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah, maybe even some other states. We'll see. But I'm going to be broadcasting that live, I hope. I'm going to be testing some equipment this week to make sure that everything works. And then, with a little luck, I'll be able to broadcast live from the field this summer. So you'll get to see what it's like to dig up dinosaurs out in the American West with a group of paleontologists. So yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. And let's see. Was it not till fall? Yeah, I made that one, I think, in November of 2022, Claire Burr. Yeah. Maybe October. But, anywho. Yeah. Or 2020, excuse me. October 2020. Yeah. That was a few months after my first welcome video. It doesn't matter, Claire. If you just say I made the video in 2020, then it's all good. Yeah. And do I still teach kids? I teach kids here. Yeah, but I'm not a teacher full-time anymore, like with school kids. No. This is how I make my living nowadays. Is streaming on Twitch. It's a very modest living, you know? My food budget is something like $40 a week. I live very frugally, but I'm able to make enough to survive on, to pay rent, buy food, pay for car insurance, and just put away a little bit of money every month for savings, and, you know, there we go. Call me a paleontological monk, you know? Trying to live austerely, but trying to spread the good word about fossil science, you know? And it makes me really happy to be able to do so. So thank you to everybody who supports this channel with your subscriptions, with your gift subs, with your bits, with your Amazon Prime subs, which are free for you, but man, do they make a difference for me. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And how do you get so big eating food of this kind, Claire Burr? Claire Burr, I'm only 3'9", as you well know. Do you get so big eating food of this kind? What is that a reference to, Claire? Shoot. What is that from? Oh, that's from The Empire Strikes Back, isn't it? That's a Yoda line, isn't it? Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not as tall as Lordy or Ios, you know. They're each, what, 9'11"? I'm not that tall. Anywho. Good stuff. Good stuff. We were talking about axolotls. Let's continue with this video real quick. Sweet axolotl rated. We're going to be talking about dinosaur ontogeny here, and then finally we'll get into our sauropod stuff with Brachiosaurus. But let's continue.
From when its ancestors lived on land.
This is an axolotl, one of the most remarkable...
Axolotl's lungs are a rare example of cryptic metamorphosis. When an
one of the coolest animals alive on Earth today.
Stage of development internally, but doesn't show it on the outside.
And Lordy, 10 foot 2 inches. You've grown, Lordy. Lordy, you've grown. My goodness, it's so good to see you. Lordy, I'm sorry you're not streaming today. I know you told me you're not feeling well today. Everybody, let's please wish Lordy a very heartfelt get well soon, because she's under the weather today. She's got a cold or something. So yeah, but make sure that you follow her. Let's see if we can make this a productive day for her. And Line Dance for Health, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. But Lordy is a member of my stream team. The team Three's a Crowd. Me, Lordy, Ios. And Lordy has accompanied me on many a museum visit for many live streams in the summer of 2021. And she is a dear, dear friend of mine. One of my very, very favorite people in the whole world. She streams cooking and crafting and sewing, and it's always a chill, wholesome, good time on her channel. She is, she's a good person to know. Go follow her if you've not yet done so. And I occasionally make appearances on her streams. So if you want to always be there when I'm on screen, go follow Lordy. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's talk about axolotls right here. Let's continue.
Despite its flexibility, this magnificent vertebrate is in trouble.
Oh no.
Since the 16th century, the axolotl's native habitat, Lake Xochimilco in Mexico City, has been built over and polluted as this megacity grew. Now the lake is just a few...
Mexico City is one of the largest megacities on the planet. How many people live in Mexico City? People in chat might know this. What's the count for how many people live in Mexico City nowadays? But as the city has grown, the native habitat of this remarkable animal has continued to shrink, and today these animals are very much threatened.
New canals where the axolotls battle invasive predators and warming waters from climate change. Here in the remnants of their ancestral home, only a few hundred are left. But scattered across the globe, you'll find thousands of them. Not in the wild, though. They're in research labs. Scientists are impressed by the axolotl's ability to rapidly regenerate damaged limbs, organs, even parts of their brain. And that's amazing for a vertebrate, an animal
How crazy is that?
Like us. Harnessing this healing ability for humans would be a breakthrough. But what does it mean if an animal is thriving only in captivity? What is a species without its natural habitat?
Good question. Yeah.
To preserve what's left of the axolotl's wild home, a team of biologists at the National Autonomous University of Mexico
Paleo salute to them.
Innovative collaboration.
Holy cow.
They work with farmers of the Chinampas, the traditional floating gardens along the Xochimilco canals, where the animals still live. The farmers filter canal water for crops through native aquatic plants and gravel, without the use of pesticides. This protects axolotls from both pollution and invasive predators.
That's a good start. Excellent.
For many in
Let's
Mexico
keep it up.
City, axolotls have come to symbolize the connection between humans and the natural world.
Good.
Humans have put axolotls and our environment in peril. But with traditional knowledge, respect, and some ingenuity, we can give these remarkable animals a chance to come back.
There we go. Well.
Hey, D-Peeps, it's Laura.
Big paleo salute to everybody working on axolotl conservation, because these animals are really, really important for understanding, things like limb regeneration. Imagine, that's like, we talk about a Star Trek future sometimes here. Being able to regenerate body parts like axolotls can do, that is like something out of science fiction, We have to make sure that these animals still have habitat that they can survive in, that we can study them in the wild, and we can gain that knowledge for medical science. Think about the suffering that we could alleviate for people who have lost limbs, who've had serious, grievous bodily injury. Anyway, but a big part of understanding axolotls has to do with what we call ontogeny. And I'm going to pull up another clip. It's something that we've watched before, but here we go. We were talking about Pachycephalosaurus earlier. And, here we go. We'll start right here. This is my old boss, Jack Horner. Used to be this used to be, might still be, I'm not actually sure, the state paleontologist for the state of Montana. He's actually, well, you saw the welcome video, you know. Inspiration for the Alan Grant character in Jurassic Park, etc., etc. I used to work under Jack, and, you know, his approach to dinosaurs has shaped my career in some really, really substantial ways.
So, they don't normally let you do
Here, hang on.
because
Here we go. Blah, blah, blah.
we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one.
Yep.
And that's by actually cutting into their bones.
Yep, we call that histology.
Into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do,
Yeah.
as you can imagine, because museums, bones are precious, right? You go into...
And hang on a minute. Caravan says, as for Star Trek Today's first contact day, only 40 years until the Vulcans arrive. Caravan, do you know which town here in the U.S. first contact occurred in? Anybody in chat know? Shoot, you got it right there. No delay, yes. Bozeman, Montana is it's a place with a, you know, it's got a special spot in my own heart. Bozeman, Montana. I lived there for the better part of a decade. Yeah. Let's see. About Bozeman, Montana. Let's take a look at this real quick. Yeah. Yeah, Bozeman. This is where I used to live, and I've done some live streams from here.
Valley and surrounded by the majestic northern Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
Bozeman, Montana is considered to be one of the most desirable places to live in the entire country.
Okay.
The city is named after John.
I mean, shoot, I grew up here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and Bozeman has its charms, but shoot, it's no San Francisco Bay Area. I'll tell you that, you know? But, you know, I'm very much biased. I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area. And then I moved to Bozeman right after high school. And I went to college here. And, where is it? So this is Main Street right here. This is weird. They flipped this. They reversed this. That's why this looks weird. They, like, mirror imaged this. Because this is the, yeah, anyway. Weird. This is where the DMV, or the MVD, the Motor Vehicle Division, they call it in Montana, is right here. That's the, what is that, the First Presbyterian Church, I think?
M. Bozeman, founder
Anyway.
of the Bozeman Trail.
Yeah, they
For
this
thousands
is weird.
of years, Native American tribes, including the Shoshone, Nez Perce,
That
Blackfeet,
gives the
Flathead, and
history of
Sioux,
life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
It's true, Paper Cuts. And thank you for the 7 months of support, Paper Cuts. Thank you. I appreciate you. Holy cow. Let's continue.
Pass through the area seasonally on hunting excursions. The Bozeman community is located in a high mountain valley at an elevation of 4,795 feet.
Yep.
And is surrounded on 3 sides.
That was actually kind of cool because when I would come home for, say, winter break, on those occasions that I would be able to afford a plane ticket home to visit my family for Christmas and New Year's and what have you, you know, the San Francisco Bay Area, we're essentially at sea level here, you know? You know, because that's the ocean, you know, the bay coming through the Golden Gate Bridge like that. Sea level. 0 feet evolution, basically. Elevation. 0 feet elevation. But here in Montana, in Bozeman, it'd be like almost 5,000 feet elevation. There's so much less oxygen. And it's like, you know, I would be living here for 11 and a half months out of the year, living on much less oxygen. My lungs would adapt to that, my body would adapt, and I'd come back to the Bay Area, and I felt like Superman, you know? So much more oxygen in the Bay Area, and I could just run, yeah. I could run like that. There you go.
The Ancients has arrived with 2 raiders.
Hey, thank you, Hunter of the Ancients, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Yeah. Good to have you here. Good to have you here.
Bridger, Gallatin, and Tobacco Mountains.
No, those are the Spanish Peaks, not the Tobacco Root Mountains. That part's wrong, I think. I want to say they got that wrong.
Home to Montana.
Yeah. I hate this building. This is Montana Hall, and this is like the administrative building for the Montana State University campus. And I spent altogether too much time here trying to get residency in the state of Montana. Was a huge pain in the butt. And I'm not going to go into detail about it, but just the amount of red tape and bureaucracy and just Kafka-esque bureaucratic madness that I encountered in this building is... yeah. Hate this building.
Montana State University. Bozeman is a community of friendly, engaging people, and a center for business and recreation through a community of friendly, engaging.
Yeah, this is the ice rink shelter over at the, I forget what park it is, but I used to walk by this like almost every day. Yeah. Anyway, you have no idea, MS Coggins. Holy cow, the amount of bureaucracy I encountered. Oh boy. I ended up getting a scholarship that ended up being kind of a... Not going to go into detail on it, but it ended up being a trap that ended up costing me more money in the long run. And that's ultimately one of the reasons why I ended up leaving Montana, is because this scholarship was kind of a scam. Yeah. Anyway.
People and a center for business and recreation throughout the year.
Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Let's get to the museum. The most... Apart from the university, the most notable part of Bozeman, Montana. How could they not show it? Oh boy. 13 things to do in Bozeman, Montana. Number 1 better be... Better be MO... There we go. Yeah!
Let me know what yours are in the comments. My first recommendation is the Museum of the Rockies.
Yep, this is what really puts Bozeman on the map. This is what it's about, you know? This is where I used to work. In Bozeman, Montana. This is Jack Horner's old museum. Before he was kind of forced out. Long story.
The Museum of the Rockies is a Smithsonian museum in the heart of Bozeman that has one of the best collection of dinosaur bones I've seen outside.
There's Montanoceratops right there. This might have the largest collection of dinosaur fossils in the U.S. Maybe outside of China. There's the Wonkel Rex right there. The yes emote in chat, like Lenina was using right there. This is that same Tyrannosaurus specimen whom we used to have at Museum of the Rockies. And then we later donated it to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. Yeah.
Yeah. Smithsonian Museum in the heart of
Thescelosaurus right here. This is maybe the world's largest Thescelosaurus specimen. Maybe the world's largest Edmontosaurus specimen right here. Big duck-billed dinosaur from the Hell Creek.
Bozeman that has one of the best collection of dinosaur bones I've seen.
Montanoceratops. I think this is the holotype right here from Montana. It might be anyway. From the St. Mary River Formation, Montanoceratops.
Outside of a major metropolitan museum.
Yeah. This is Daspletosaurus horneri. This is the holotype of Daspletosaurus horneri, a really, really important Tyrannosaurus specimen.
Relatively small, it's still very impressive with a full...
That's Pex Rex right there, which is the only genuine mounted Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the entire state of Montana. Most Tyrannosaurus specimens have come from the state of Montana. This is the only actual authentic Tyrannosaurus skeleton that you can see in the state of Montana, mounted like this.
Full T-Rex skeleton and lots of skulls of different dinosaurs at different times in their life. It all...
And that's really important, talking about ontogeny, different times of their life. Yeah. And with that,
ontogeny,
we get back to this. This is Jack Horner, my old boss, the guy who made Museum of the Rockies into one of the world's greatest dinosaur museums.
Ontogeny,
check it out.
But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious.
Yep.
Right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of. They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside. So
true.
They don't normally. But I have a museum, and I collect dinosaurs, and I can saw mine open. So that's what I do.
So
if you
glue is cheap.
Open a little dinosaur, it's very spongy inside, like A. And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive. It's very, I mean, you can tell it's mature bone, so it's real easy to tell them apart. So what I want to do is show you these. In North America, in the northern plains of the United States and the southern plains of Alberta and Saskatchewan, there's this unit of rock called the Hell Creek Formation.
Yeah.
The last dinosaurs that lived on Earth.
I've done a lot of field work in the Hell Creek.
12 of them that everyone recognizes. I mean, there are 12
I'll see you later,
primary
Kirsten.
dinosaurs that went extinct. And so we will evaluate.
And it does say 65. This, I think, actually, this came out before that date got revised. This is from 11 years ago. Holy cow. Yeah, from 2012. I think it was 2013 or 2014 when the date actually got officially revised to 66 million years ago. So there you go. This is an old video there, Charlie's Dragon. But sharp eyes. Sharp eyes.
And that's sort of what I've been doing. So my students, my staff, we've been cutting them open.
And an added Titan was still considered a thing back then. Yes, indeed, 6-foot turkey. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Now, as you can imagine, cutting open a leg bone is one thing, but when you go to a museum and say, you don't mind if I cut open your dinosaur skull, do you? They say, go away.
True. It's true.
So here are 12 dinosaurs, and we want to look at these three first. So these are dinosaurs that are called pachycephal.
And Hunter of the Ancients, we'll get to that in a little bit, but Argentinosaurus is kind of the officially correct answer, I think. Hunter, yeah. But shoot, we haven't even gotten to that. We've gotten down so many different rabbit holes. We're pursuing so many tangents right now, but we'll get done with this, and then we'll talk about Brachiosaurus, and then we'll talk about the largest dinosaurs that we know of today. But Brachiosaurus was the largest sauropod dinosaur known for a long, long time. Anyway.
And everybody knows that these three animals were related, and the assumption is that they're related, you know, like cousins or
whatever, but Pachycephalosaurus.
Ever considered that they might be more closely related? In other words, people looked at them and they saw the differences. And you all know that if you are going to determine whether you're related to your brother or your sister,
Fall Machine says, we still haven't seen a single rabbit. Rabbits would not evolve for tens of millions of years, Fall Machine. We're still in the Mesozoic here. You know, when mammals were all the size of empanadas, you know?
You can't do it by looking at differences, right? You can only determine relatedness by looking for similarities. So people were looking at these and they were talking about how different they are. Pachycephalosaurus has a big, thick dome on its head, and it's got some little bumps on the backs of its head. And it's got a bunch of gnarly things on the front of its nose. And then Stygimoloch, another dinosaur from the same age, lived at the same time.
Stygimoloch.
Has spikes sticking
Stygimoloch.
out of its head.
There's those
It's got
spikes.
A little tiny dome.
Little tiny dome.
A bunch of gnarly stuff on its nose.
Gnarly stuff on his nose.
And then there's this thing called Dracorex.
Dracorex. Yeah.
Guess where that came from? Dragon.
Yeah.
Here's a dinosaur that has spikes sticking out of its head, no dome.
No dome.
And gnarly stuff on its nose.
Gnarly stuff on its nose.
Nobody noticed the gnarly stuff sort of looked alike, but
very much alike. Identical, actually.
Look at these three, and they said, these are three different dinosaurs, and Dracorex is probably the most primitive of them, and the other one is more primitive than the other. It's unclear to me how they actually sorted these three of them out. But
yeah, really.
If you line them up, if you just take those three skulls and just line them up, they line up like this. Dracorex is the littlest one. Stygimoloch is the middle-sized one.
Yep.
Pachycephalosaurus is the largest one, and one would think that should give me a clue. But it didn't give him a clue.
Nope.
Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things.
Yeah. And this is actually going to be really important for our sauropod discussion later. But yeah.
If we cut open Dracorex,
and always wondered how scientists figured out, one, how old dinosaurs are. This is how. This is how, Hunter. Two, what they looked like. We talked about it extensively on Monday. And three, how they sounded like. Number three involves a lot more guesswork. But the first two.
Cut open our Dracorex.
Yeah.
And look, it was spongy inside. Really spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile and it's growing really fast.
Yep.
So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Dracorex was growing very fast as well.
Yeah.
The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing, which
they're getting smaller.
Smaller.
They're ensmollening.
Getting bigger.
As the dome embiggens. Yes.
Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing. So just with these three dinosaurs, you can easily, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
So these three dinosaurs here, Dracorex, Stygimoloch, and Pachycephalosaurus. I didn't put the quotation marks on Pachycephalosaurus because this one was named first. And according to the rules of zoological nomenclature, the rules that we adhere to when we're naming animals, this one right here, Pachycephalosaurus, has priority. It was named first way back in, somebody in chat can look it up, I want to say 1914? Pachycephalosaurus was named, that Carter County specimen that's now at AM&H. Was it 1914 for Pachycephalosaurus wyomingensis? Stygimoloch was named, I think, in the 1970s. Dracorex was named in 2006, I think. So yeah. And Cryptic Caramel, your favorite dinosaur is Pachycephalosaurus? Really? What are the odds of that, Cryptic Caramel? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's great to have you here. Yeah. So yeah. No, and that's the thing, Hunter, is it is essentially a Pokemon evolving. I know that you got a Kappa right there, Hunter, but that's the thing, is that here. I'm gonna tell you something, and I hope it doesn't. Well, shoot, maybe it will. Whatever. It might spoil Pokemon for you forever. But when we're talking about ontogeny, that's the changes that creatures undergo. Well, the changes that creatures go through ontogeny throughout their lives, from the birth to the death of an individual organism. The changes that they undergo, whether it's a butterfly going from an egg to a caterpillar to a pupa to a chrysalis to an adult butterfly, whether it's a frog going from an egg to a tadpole to a frogling to a frog, we call this ontogeny. In Pokemon, they call it evolution. That's not evolution. Evolution happens between generations. In dinosaurs or any other kind of organism, the changes that an individual organism undergoes, like you or me, we're individual organisms. Those changes are changes through ontogeny.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Kirsten Games.
I'm learning
Hey,
so much that will help me later on when I become a paleontologist.
that's the goal, Kirsten Games. Thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. And is my ontogeny command not working? Shoot, it's not. What is up with that? Oh, goodness. That's really strange. Here. That one's working. This one's working.
The land of make-believe.
Why is the ontogeny one not working? I don't get it. Anyway, let me find you a video that I took it from. Here we go. That's supposed to have the Pokemon music behind it, but here's a Tyrannosaurus undergoing changes through ontogeny. And it's supposed to have the Pokemon evolution music going through this. The evolution in Pokemon is actually ontogeny. That's ontogenetic change. It's not actually evolution. Evolution happens between generations. It's when an offspring is different from its parents, and then the offspring of those offspring different from their parents, and etc., on and on and on. So yeah. My Pikachu, it's ontogenizing. See, that would actually be more correct. Tommy Plodicus, yeah. But anyway.
Enjoy science as much as you can. And you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
It's true,
Just
Hunter of the
because
Ancients.
dinosaurs are cool and you're living a dream my younger self always thought about.
Thank you, Hunter of the Ancients. I really appreciate that. Thank you. For those 2 months of support. I appreciate that very much, Hunter. Thank you. Good stuff. Hopefully I can help you kind of live that dream vicariously a little bit, you know? Especially this summer when I'm going to be out in the field digging up dinosaurs. And show you that live on stream. So anyway, ontogeny, important stuff. There we go. Yeah.
These three dinosaurs, you can easily, as a scientist, we can
If you're
easily
feeling a bit cheated,
hypothesize
try
that
blaming the dinosaurs.
Hype train.
And thank you, Lordy, for those 100 bits. You did set up a hype train there. I appreciate that, Lordy. Thank you. Holy cow. If we manage to get to a level 5 hype train, I will play you some ukulele songs about science live on air. So we'll see if it comes to that. But thank you, Lordy. Good stuff. Yeah. And your deep dive request, I did see that, Christie's Artnook, Neosaurus, which may or may not be a dinosaur. We'll get to that in a couple minutes here. Let's continue.
it is just a growth series of the same animal.
Yeah.
Which, of course, means that Stygimoloch and Dracorex are extinct. Means we.
So yeah, so we've only got 10 primary dinosaurs to deal with. Holy cow, Hunter, thank you. Exquisite. Beautiful. Thank you, Hunter.
Hunter of the Ancients is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Really appreciate that, Hunter. Thank you for those 5 gift subs there. There are now 5 people, thanks to your generosity, who will not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. and it contributes to the support of this broadcast. It puts food on my table. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you kindly. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. We're at 14 out of 50 now. Yes, indeed. We're at 7/25. We're 7/25 of the way there. That's as far as I can reduce that fraction. Good stuff. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate you. So anyway, throughout the rest of this, Jack, he's kind of going through ontogenzing here. And here we go. Yeah, doing this for dinosaur group after dinosaur group. Ceratopsians. Torosaurus and Triceratops, I'm convinced are the same animal. I have seen this firsthand out in the Hell Creek. We don't have any Torosaurus specimens outside of the lower Hell Creek or earlier. There seems to be some pedomorphosis going on, some heterochrony. We don't have any juvenile Torosaurus anywhere, you know, in the Hell Creek, for instance. Only in older strata. Edmontosaurus and Anatotitan, same animal. Edmontosaurus takes priority. So, Anatotitan, right there. Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus. Nanotyrannus. Sunk. And, yeah.
Has sort of 15 teeth. So, again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus. And therefore, we could take out another dinosaur.
Yeah.
So, when it comes down to our end Cretaceous, we have 7 left.
Yep.
And that's a good number. I mean, that's a good number to go extinct, I think.
Protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Freya, thank you for subscribing. Holy cow, that's a recurring subscription right there. This is something to be celebrated. Thank you, Freya. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you, Freya, for that commitment to support there. I really appreciate it. Holy cow, that's a recurring subscription. And yet, see, Claire Burr and Lordy have got the iOS clapping right there. Very, very appropriate. There we go. Thank you, Freya. I appreciate that very, very much. Good stuff. Freya, here's the cool thing. We've been talking all about ontogeny. And if we go through this talk... There we go. I'm going to go back to Triceratops here.
Which was pretty cool.
Yeah. There we go. I think each one of these different Triceratops specimens are represented in the loyalty badges that show up when you subscribe to this channel for any length of time. So you start off with a little egg. So the next time you type in there you go, Freya Eloise. You've got a little egg right there. The next badge that you will get after, what, a month or two, will be the baby Triceratops. And then a younger one. Then Juvitrike 3, this specimen right here. And this one, this might be SG5. Then a more adult Triceratops. It's actually a different one. This is Mort. That's Triceratops prorsus. I think it'll be a Triceratops horridus instead. And then, of course, Torosaurus. You know, an adult Lower Hell Creek Triceratops. But yeah. Kirsten, you've got... That's this little guy right here. B, right there. Yeah. And thank you, Golganek.
73 more X3 Jack. Less overspeciation fund.
Thank you for the 300 bits, Golganek. Thank you very, very much. So yeah, our sub badges there. The longer you stay subscribed, the older and more mature, and I would argue more distinguished your Triceratops becomes. And that actually reflects the real fossils we have of these animals. I wanted the sub badges to reflect not just your ontogeny as a subscriber, but the ontogeny of Triceratops. So, good stuff. Good stuff. But yeah, and I feel like I missed something here. Let me scroll down. There we go. Slaskenisen, how are you doing? They say, hey man, awesome stream, great community. Look good, solid, tight. Keep us all posted on your continued progress with any new progress pics or vid clips. Thanks for the motivation. Of course. Slasken. Great to have you here. Yeah. Shoot. I'm going to be streaming some field work this next summer, out digging dinosaurs in Wyoming and Utah. And I'm very excited to share that with you, provided our equipment works. I'm going to be testing that tomorrow, but, you know, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Appreciate you, Slasken. Yeah. And Kennedy says, Danny, when I read about Pachycephalosaurus, there's some mention that Pachycephalosaurus spinifer, that's, again, Stygimoloch spinifer, formerly known as, might be another species. Is that out of date or under review? That is a matter of contention right now, Kennedy. Yeah, because the thing is, with Pachycephalosaurus, and with Stygimoloch right there, we've only found like the full-formed domes of Pachycephalosaurus in the lower Hell Creek. And I think we found some Dracorex types in the upper Hell Creek and a lot of Stygimoloch types in the upper Hell Creek. If these are all the same animal, it could very well be that they never actually reached this ontogenetic stage in the upper Hell Creek Formation 66 million years ago. It could be an example of pedomorphosis or neoteny. But yeah, if you talk to people like Denver Fowler about this, my old crew chief, you know, he's done a lot of stratigraphic work in the Hell Creek. He knows Hell Creek strat better than almost anybody. He'll tell you that we only really find this kind of Pachycephalosaur in the upper Hell Creek Formation, right before the asteroid hits. So maybe there's a speciation event, or maybe it's just pedomorphosis, where for whatever reason these animals are evolving, so they never actually reach this full adult stage and the upper Hell Creek. We need more specimens to figure this out. We need further research. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. So Kennedy, great question. Appreciate that. Yeah. And Timber says, do you still work in the Hell Creek Formation? I've not worked in the Hell Creek since 2016. It's been a while. About 7 years since I've worked in the Hell Creek. Almost, yeah. Looking for an Edmontosaurus. If you know anyone, just passing it on. Yeah, sorry, Timber. Yeah, I don't work in the Hell Creek anymore. Or I haven't for about 7 years now. Yeah. And thank you for introducing yourself, Kirsten, there. I appreciate that. Yeah. And that's super awesome, Kirsten. Holy cow. You're working with your local museum and paleontologists to help document and label new specimens that are donated to the museum. That is awesome, Kirsten. That's how I got my start as a paleontologist. Was working at the Museum of Paleontology in Berkeley. Yeah. UCMP and DUSA. There we go. Here's me as a young whippersnapper working at UCMP in Berkeley at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. Here's me just a few years ago, actually, talking to visitors on Cal Day. This is right before COVID. The year before COVID, 2019, I think. Yeah. Anyway, but I first got started when I was back in high school. Labeling specimens. Writing specimen labels, all that good stuff. So yeah. Kirsten, you're doing the right thing. You're on the track to becoming a paleontologist, and that's super, super cool, Kirsten. Super cool. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. Very exciting indeed, Kirsten. Yeah. Now, shoot, we're gonna do some dinosaur deep dives here real quick. We had one from Christie's Art Nook. We'll do that in a minute, but first we're gonna cover one for scrolling. Was it yesterday or was it today? Birds of Dead On. Pionites melanocephalus. I don't know what that is. Birds of Dead On. Are you still here, birds? I hope you are. Because we're going to cover your dinosaur deep dive right now before we get into our sauropod stuff. Yeah. And there we are. Here it is on the Tree of Life, Birds of Dead On. There you are. Good. Let's zoom in and find your dinosaur. Yeah. Here we go. The black-headed parrot. This, of course, is a dinosaur because birds are living dinosaurs. And I'm not familiar with this animal. So let's do it some justice. Let's look up a video about it real quick. Black-headed parrot. This is, yeah. This is a little preview for tomorrow, I suppose, for Thursday Birds Day. But let's talk about this parrot. Take a look. Look at these beautiful animals. Are they sexually dimorphic? Are the males and the females different? Look at that bounce. I love it. What a beautiful, beautiful little dinosaur. No, you're good, birds. You're good. Do they have dimorphism like that? Are the males and females different? Yeah. That's one of those retractable erasers. I used to have those when I did a lot of you know, art on paper. Nowadays it's all digital. And usually males and females look slightly different, says Kirsten Games. Okay. But there's a black-headed parrot right there. Very, very cool. And melanocephalus means black-headed. Pionites means I don't know what, actually. But very cool. Yeah. What a cool animal. Very nice. Yeah. Makes you wonder how playful non-avian dinosaurs might have been. Yeah, Tommy Platypus, I would guess pretty playful. When they weren't, you know, doing serious business. Like acquiring food or... spinning. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. They both love to destroy stuff. They do indeed, Mayor of Space. Yes. Yeah. What a beautiful animal. Shoot. I didn't even think to check. Hopefully, we don't have a... Oh, no! Shoot! That's copyrighted music. I'm gonna get DMCA'd for this. Potentially. Oh, boy. That whole part might get cut out of the YouTube video later. But yeah, what a cool animal. Very, very cool. Really neat. And you have a picture of your Patty mid-pounce, just like that of Charles Knight might have painted. Very cool birds are dead on. Very, very cool. Kind of like this right here. Oh, perfect timing. Here. Yeah. This iconic painting right here. Mesozoic theropods, Cretaceous period. Cenozoic theropods, Quaternary period. Mesozoic, Quaternary. Mesozoic, Quaternary. Very nice. Yeah. Ah, good stuff. I hope somebody clipped that. Yeah. But very, very cool. Thank you for turning us on to this really neat animal, Birds of Dead On. I really appreciate that. What a neat critter. Very nice. Very nice indeed. And then let's do, oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Lovely. And let's jump into Neosaurus, which, if I recall correctly, Neosaurus is a potential dinosaur from southern Africa. And if it were to turn out to be a dinosaur, it would be the oldest dinosaur on Earth. But it's known from such fragmentary material that we don't really know if it is or is not a dinosaur. So let's talk about that. Yeah. Oh, but first, Hunter of the Ancients wants to know, why did T-Rex have such small arms? Like, did his species just get the short end of the stick when it came to arms? No. Quite the opposite, Hunter. Give me just a second, and I'll tell you. So when you're thinking about dinosaurs like T-Rex, it helps to look at a skeletal diagram. Hartman. Tyrannosaurus. Skeletal. Scott Hartman does some of the best dinosaur skeletals of anybody. This is T-Rex right here. This is an animal 13 meters long. One of the biggest meat-eating terrestrial animals that ever lived. And you'll notice that it walks on 2 legs right here. It's got this enormous, super deadly and super heavy head. You know, here is the skull of Tyrannosaurus. And shoot, there's the Mythbusters guys there. Here, let's take a look at this. Yeah.
Hey, I'm Norm.
I'm Adam.
And we are here in Adam's man cave. One of the first things you see when you walk into this giant room is this.
Yeah, this is my baby.
That's Sue, right?
A T-Rex head.
Yeah.
It's not a real T-Rex head.
No. It's a casting. This is foam and fiberglass resin.
Okay.
This is a casting off of, I can't remember the name of this T-Rex, but it was the first T-Rex ever to be privately sold.
That's Sue right there. I think. It certainly looks like Sue's skull. In fact, here, Sue Tyrannosaurus skull. We just searched this the other day, didn't we? Yeah, that really looks like her skull right there. That's her. That's totally her. Yeah.
It's owned by...
I think I might be wrong about this, but I think Paul Allen might have bought it.
One of the
Who? No. False.
Yeah, exactly. If you own Microsoft, you have yachts, and of course you have the real T-Rex skeleton. He doesn't. I don't think he just has a head. He has a full body.
Well,
but
owning an actual Tyrannosaurus skeleton is not something to be proud of. That would be like being proud of owning. It'd be like, oh, you know, I really, really love whales. You know, whales are my favorite animals. Oh, I adore them so much, and so I own the world's largest whaling fleet. And you know, we slaughter countless whales every year. Yeah. It's essentially this, you know, that's the kind of idea there. Like, yeah. If you purchase a Tyrannosaurus specimen at auction, if you're one of these obscenely wealthy people who wants to do that, know that you are irreparably harming dinosaur science, and you are keeping these fossils from scientific study. You're doing very, very, like, awful, awful harm to dinosaur science. Anyway.
But
yeah.
This is cast from that head.
This is cast from that head. I have always wanted one of these.
That's huge.
So there's a store here in San
Francisco. And so Adam Savage here really did it right. This is a cast. This is what you want. Like, here he is being ethical about this. This is the way to go about this, and a huge paleontologizing salute to him for having a replica and not the actual important scientific specimen, you know? Rather than hoarding scientific data to be, you know, monopolized by one person, kept out of the scientific literature. Instead, you know, he's got a cast right here, which it's a copy of the original. That's great. It's just as cool. You've got the same exact shape. It's an exact copy of the real thing, except the real thing is in a museum where it can be studied by scientists, published on, used to advance our knowledge of Tyrannosaurus biology.
San Francisco.
So yeah.
Patrick Ma, who's a kind of an acquaintance of mine, and he's got one of these, and I've coveted it.
Yeah.
Coveted it and coveted it. And they're expensive. I mean, you can't buy them, but they're quite expensive. At any rate, a few weeks ago, one came up for sale. It was offered to me for a certain price. I turned it down. About a month later, the price came down. And at that point, I knew I would never see this deal again. I had it shipped out. And I got this little crane for lifting it. And this is just
beautiful
out of the box. Yeah. But I liked it so much hanging in the middle of my space
Might just leave it here.
It's like a talisman. It's like I have to touch it every time I show up in this space. It's like a, how you doing?
Does that
Very cool.
I haven't named it. I don't tend to name things.
Which
I do like to sit here and ponder the idea.
Yeah. Naming things is overrated. My Tyrannosaurus specimen that I have here in my office, you know, shoot. You can't even see the tip of its snout right there. I gotta adjust the camera. I don't know how the camera manages to move every day, but yeah. This is my juvenile Tyrannosaurus specimen right there. It's based in part on a juvenile Tyrannosaurus specimen that I helped dig up in Montana back in 2013 and 2014 named Chomper Rex. But I didn't give this thing a name. It's my baby T-Rex. There it is. That is 3D printed. The original, of course, is safely reposited in a museum.
That belongs in a museum.
It does belong in a museum, and there it is. It is perfect. It's a wonderful thing for, you know, private citizens to have dinosaur replicas in their home. I'm very proud to have this right here in my office because it's not being kept out of the hands of Tyrannosaur researchers who would be studying it, you know? That's the whole point. These things are, in the grand scheme of things, these things are fairly rare. There's been about 50 T-Rex specimens that have been discovered over the years. Yeah. And far be it from me to keep those out of the hands of people who would study tyrannosaurs, you know? Shoot. Yeah. You know, I helped dig this thing up. The pieces that we do have from the skull in 2013 and 2014, and thankfully those are in a museum. They will be properly studied, they will be kept safe, they will be held in the public trust in perpetuity. Long after I am dead, the actual bones of that T-Rex will be held in a museum for scientists to study and for the public to enjoy. And you can never guarantee that when it's in private hands. So yeah, hopefully this thing is going to be published very, very soon. And I might even be an author on that. We'll have to see. But yeah. Yeah. And only 50, never knew that, says okay to play all day. 50 is actually an extremely high number for a dinosaur. We were talking about this yesterday. This dinosaur right here, here's my little scale model of its skull, Carnotaurus. How many specimens of this animal are known? This dinosaur, which is extraordinarily popular. Let's see. There we go. Not what I was trying to do. Hang on a second. Shoot.
The land of make-believe.
Wrong button.
The land of make-believe.
How many specimens of this animal, Carnotaurus, have been uncovered over the years? This dinosaur, which has appeared in lots of different parts of, you know, popular media. Holy cow, Carnotaurus. Yeah, there it is in Disney's Dinosaur in 2000, in Terra Nova, the TV show, Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom. Here's some sort of cartoony thing. So the number of specimens... Wrong button again, sorry. If you said 1... You are correct. Most dinosaurs are only known from one specimen. Whether it's Carnotaurus or Amargasaurus or any other number of dinosaurs. Holy cow, most of them are only known from one specimen. And that's actually I've got a publication that I'm working on right now, kind of dealing with this issue. But, yeah. Yeah. And by one specimen, I mean one individual animal. And it's usually very fragmentary, nothing close to a complete skeleton. A lot of dinosaurs are only known from a handful of bones. Some of them even only one bone. So yeah. Yeah. And the dinosaurs are ancillary. That's why I never watched the show, Mayor Space. You're right. Yeah. And which species has the most dinosaurs discovered from it, Gimpleg? For non-birds, I would say it depends. It depends if you mean most overall over a big span of time in different areas, in which case it would be Triceratops. But if we're talking about one particular dinosaur species, like all from the same time in the same place, like all of them died together, there's a few dinosaurs that come to mind. Coelophysis would be one. Coelophysis, right here, would be a good contender. Or Falcarius. There are, like, potentially thousands of individual specimens of this dinosaur that all died in the same time and presumably the same place and presumably the same time. A wonderful opportunity for learning about populations of these dinosaurs. And this is a site that's not being worked anymore. There are thousands of these animals still there in the ground, and nobody's digging them up. So yeah, Falcarius. If you want to learn more about that, there is a wonderful documentary about it right here. Yeah, Utah's Dinosaur Graveyard. Play.
And there is evidence of several mass die-offs. Why are these animals grouped together here? And what killed them? Utah is home to several famous dinosaur graveyards, but the Falcarius site is different. It contains, almost exclusively, the bones of a single species.
Very, very cool.
Falcarius is preserved in a site with at least dozens and probably hundreds of dead dinosaurs. So the obvious question is, why are they there? What killed them?
Probably thousands. Like, it might even be tens of thousands. There's also the Maiasaura bone bed at Egg Mountain in Montana. Another wonderful example of this. The thing is, we've got several bone beds of dinosaurs where we've got hundreds or maybe thousands of individual animals all preserved in the same place. And if we had any kind of proper funding in our field, in paleontology, you know, if we just had maybe a couple $100,000, we could learn incredible things about these animals. But we just don't have the funding, you know? Yeah. Moohoodles, it's great to see you. Moohoodles, I know you do space science. There is a, do I have that book? I don't think I have it anymore. But in the book, Dinosaur Odyssey by this guy.
Version of heaven.
Oh, and thank you. Hang on a second. Who was that? Kepper67, thank you for the follow. This guy, Scott Sampson, who now lives here in the Bay Area. I think he's what, director of the California Academy of Sciences, right? I don't know if he really does paleo anymore. Anyway, he wrote a book called Dinosaur Odyssey. And in this book, he, I think, has some sort of a quote that says, in fact, I had to see if I can find this for cheap. He's talking about funding in dinosaur paleontology. And he says that in the entire history of dinosaur paleontology, from the very beginnings of our science back in the 1820s up until the present, less money has been spent on our science than the budget for a single routine launch of the U.S. space shuttle, back when the shuttle program was still de rigueur, you know? And I might actually have to grab that there, Claire. Thank you, thank you. Hardcover, very good condition. Add to cart. Proceed to checkout. I'm going to buy this right now, Claire. Thank you, thank you. 'Cause I don't have this book anymore. Yeah. And order review. Oh, hang on. There we go. It's a good book to have. Place order. There we go. So yeah. And that is really interesting. I'm sure the space shuttle is a lot less than some not so sciencey things. Oh shoot, the space shuttle is like a very, very tiny fragment. It's like 0.001% of the US military budget for every year, which is something like 700 gazillion quadrillion dollars every year, you know? But yeah. Anyway, don't get me started on how much money is wasted on the US military every year. An ex-girlfriend of mine was a sergeant. Sergeant? Yeah, a sergeant. She was working on advancing to major. She was an officer in the U.S. Army. And, man, she used to talk about the amount of money that is just squandered every year. The U.S. military is insane. So, yeah. Anyway. But, yeah, here. Can I find... I want to see if I can find a quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson about the U.S. Science budget. Here we go. Here we go. This is on NASA's budget that he's talking about here, and NASA is a million times better funded than paleontology here in the States.
Find a way to politically get the senator or the congressman to say, hey, look, we'll give you the money. You just got to build whatever you're going to build over in my district.
Chuck Nice 2020.
So Neil has this quote, he actually came to Bozeman, Montana when I lived there, and I saw him live at the Montana State University field house. That was like the rodeo stadium place on campus, because the rodeo is like the biggest name event on campus that attracts the most people. Anyway, he had like a thing about a dollar bill and a pair of scissors. I wonder if he's going to talk about that here.
A way to take the billions of dollars that are going into Lockheed Martin making a fighter jet that we do not need, or
fighter jet that apparently cannot fly in the rain. Oh, don't get me started.
That we are building, that the government, the military has said, we do not want them.
The land of the planet was
Buttercup, thank you for those 4 months.
Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you for the 4 months of support, Buttercup. I really appreciate you.
Is here again.
Hang on a minute. Hang on just a second. Buttercup, you probably sent me an email, right? I gotta check on that right now. I've got like 9 different email accounts. Oh, I'm not seeing that here. Shoot. Anyway. Yeah, Buttercup, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Not seeing that email for whatever reason. Yeah. For my personal account, I didn't see that either. Are you sure you spelled it right? Paleontologizing@gmail.com? Huh. Here, let me double check. Hang tight, everybody. Nothing. Let me check my other account. Nothing. Emails going back to 2013. Nothing. Are you sure you sent it to the right address? Buttercup, shoot. Paleontologizing@gmail.com, Buttercup. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's continue with the video.
Yet because it's a jobs program, we have to make them anyway. Couldn't we just find a way to shift this money over to NASA so that, I mean, there's clearly inherent benefits and discovery and technological advances that will be wrought from going to Mars, as opposed to a tank that we're never going to use because we're never going to fight conventional warfare again. We now have nuclear wars. Anybody we're going to fight is going to have a nuclear warhead too.
Good point. Speak on it.
Just find a way to politically get the senator or the congressman to say, hey, look, we'll give you the money. You just got to build whatever you're going to build over in my district.
And that's the thing, is that Eisenhower laid this out back in the 50s. It's all a racket.
Chuck Nice 2020.
Yeah. Oh, boy. And SB Harkin says, how about jobs programs making housing? There you go, SB Harkin. Holy cow, that's actually something that, holy cow, yeah. Let me see if I can find this. But this was, I'll just give you a link real quick. Yeah. So this is a video all about, there was a labor union in the U.S. That was really pushing for a big housing program after World War II. Houses produced in the same factories that built aircraft and tanks and ships and, you know, other weapons of war in the Second World War. Instead, in peacetime, making housing for people in the U.S. Taking that beautiful American industrial might and using it as a force for good in the domestic sphere, building houses for people. And of course, here's a link right there to this video. Some of these houses still exist back from the 1950s, which is pretty cool. Because they're very durable. But it didn't profit the wealthiest people in the country, and so it was a program that was killed. So yeah. So SB Harkin? Yeah. Anyway. Industrial housing sounds like a nightmare? Fall machine? Wait, how? What do you mean? I live in an apartment building. And I love it here. Holy cow. The higher up you can build, the better location you can build in. And I love where I live. You know? I don't have to have, you know, a lawn with grass and 2.5 children and a, you know, 1950s car with fins in the driveway or whatever. I just want to be able to live in a place where I like where I live, where there's good weather like here in the San Francisco Bay Area, where there's, you know, it's walkable. I can go walk to the grocery store like I can today. I can go walk to public transit, take the train to anywhere I want to go. You know, this is a dream. And honestly, this week I've been like fighting a kind of terrible dread because my landlord told me that she might want to move in starting at the end of August and might kick out me and my roommates. And, like, I might have to stop streaming if that happens, you know? If I have to find another place to live that's more expensive, and that could be the end of paleontologizing, you know? We'll have to see. But yeah. We'll see. But industrial housing is a good thing, you know? You don't want your car to be something that's custom built by some yahoo, you know? Having industrial housing would be a wonderful thing. Having houses actually be something that's low cost, that anybody could afford. You know, imagine that dream. That we as Americans could afford to own a home. You know, I, as a paleontologist, I've kind of resigned myself to the idea that I'm probably never going to own a home, you know? I'm never going to be paid enough where I can actually afford real estate. I'm probably going to be renting until I die. You know, that's just the way the world is nowadays. And it's that paradigm that makes the wealthy wealthier. The top 1%, they're raking in the profits, and they love this system. They loved the fact that people like me can barely afford a growing dinosaur sponge here.
There's a little present for you lying in the driveway. Oh, boy, really?
And look.
I wasted $5 on these.
Skunked again.
You get to stay where you are. I'd be heartbroken if this channel disappeared.
Well, Kirsten Games, we'll have to see. Thank you for the 400 bits there. I really appreciate that. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. That's the thing. I really wish that houses were still affordable like they were in the 1950s, you know? I'll probably never own a home. Probably always live precariously. And that's, you know, because that's what makes the billionaires wealthier. That's the system that they've built, they've lobbied for, that they've engineered, and...
All the luck. Just sent 2 emails from 2 diff accounts.
Thank you, Buttercup. I appreciate those 200 bits. Thank you. See, Buttercup lives in Spain, where there's a little bit more democracy than there is here in the U.S., you know? Here in the U.S., things tend to be run by the billionaires. And the quality of life is a lot lower. That's why our life expectancy is dropping precipitously in the U.S. You can look at the statistics. So yeah. If you pay rent, part of that money pays the owner's property tax, and the rest of it pays their mortgage. Yeah, Pendrake. I'm paying somebody else's mortgage right now. I'm subsidizing their housing. So yeah. Stay string, Danny. Thank you, Buttercup. I know you meant strong, but thank you, Buttercup. I appreciate you. Yeah. And SB Harkin, I know what you mean. Yeah. And we can change it, just keep educating people. That's what I'm trying to do, and at least in some small part, Triceratops. I am but a lowly paleontologist. Talking about fossils 5 days a week here on Twitch, but... yeah. Oh, but you're Spanish living in the UK, South London. Oh, Buttercup, I'm sorry. Shoot. Well, at least you have the NHS there in London, right? I know it's very expensive living in London, but... as a resident of London, you can use the National Health Service, right? Here in the US, we don't have that. And there's actually a really lovely video I'd like to share with you. There we go. Oh boy. If anybody is watching from here, is watching this channel from elsewhere in the world right now, then I would, I've got something to share with you. Let's check and see how many people are watching from outside the US right now. I bet you it's not very many. Let's see. 49 from the US, 9 from Canada, 7 from the UK. Pretty much everybody in all of these other flag countries can watch this video and go, holy cow. Wait, what? But this guy, how many of you are familiar with this guy? His name is Brian David Gilbert, and he's got a really lovely video about this, which is really funny, and I'll just show you the very first part of it, and then I'll give you the link.
Hello, I'm Brian David Gilbert, and recently my Cobra insurance ran out, so I used that QLE to look up some HDHPs and PPOs, but ended up going with an average premium HMO health insurance policy. Every word in that sentence burned as it came out of my mouth. That's right, folks, I'm talking about the beautiful American tradition of private health care. Something embedded so deeply in the heart of the American people that only a surgeon could excise it, and it would cost at least $60,000. As an adult who left a job with benefits at the end of 2020, I had planned to find my own health insurance much earlier, but I had doctors and therapists that I already liked, and every time I faced the marketplace's heinous user interface and jargon-filled summaries, my mind would shrivel up like a deflating parade balloon. So when I was forced to find a new health insurance provider in June of this year, I decided to learn everything there was to know about the FSAs and the HSAs and the chips and the dips and the
1, 2, 3, scabba-da-da-da. Oh, damn, that's jazz, baby.
I do finally have new health insurance, although it was a long and difficult road to get there. And although I am definitely not the best person to explain the intricacies of the
It's a dystopia, is what it is here in the US.
Ease you into the terminology.
Holy cow.
You need to purchase health insurance and don't want to spend a year and a half doing what I did. Sure, this video is a little different from the ones that I've made in the past, but I am nothing if not unpredictable. Don't put that in the screen. I'm unpredictable. And for those of you non-Americans watching this video and thinking,
I do not need to watch this video. I am British.
Consider this a cautionary tale, because there are definitely people in your country that want to privatize healthcare, and you can't let them do that. You can't let them do that. So let's get into it. Please enjoy this cursory and most likely useless guide to American health insurance terminology.
Oh boy, this is something truly dystopian.
Look, we gotta start with a strong foundation. Insurance is a way to manage risk. Say I've got a figurine that I really love and would be heartbroken if something terrible ever happened to it. An insurance company could quantify that emotional attachment and say, hey, if something terrible happens to your figurine, we'll pay you $100. All you gotta do is pay $1 every month. So
anyway, holy cow, I cannot recommend that video highly enough. Whether you're a resident of the US, whether you're lucky enough to have been born in another country, that video is incredibly entertaining, and it gives you some semblance of an idea of what the American landscape looks like in terms of healthcare, which is something that hangs over our head like a swinging axe, like the sword of Damocles, if Damocles were spiteful and capricious and also very drunk and had some sort of horrible vendetta against every one of us. So there you go. Yeah, we've not talked about Brachiosaurus yet, Kirsten Games. Holy cow, I don't even know how we got to this. But here we are. Here's me doing a PSA saying, yeah, shoot, I don't even know. Oh boy, yeah. And rat acid, I'm not one of those Americans. You know me. Rat acid, yes. Yes. Here, derailed indeed, Cirque. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... Here, what I'm gonna do here... Oh wait, shoot. We were talking about science funding. Let's continue with this.
Hey, are you ready to go up there and make America appreciate science more again? I can't remember your...
Make America smart again.
There we go. There we go.
And Chrissy's Hartnook, we've not yet gotten a Neosaurus. We're gonna do that right after this. Then I'm gonna play a video about sauropods, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom, And then we're going to talk about Brachiosaurus and continue with what was promised for today's stream.
What is the process at NASA to talk to these people?
Well, you know, NASA can't lobby Congress. That's not actually allowed. So outside supporters can talk to NASA.
So Lockheed Martin or Consolidated Child Poisons Conglomerate or, you know, Death Missiles Incorporated can all lobby Congress, but NASA is not allowed to lobby Congress. Nor is the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, I presume. Oh, boy.
I am flabbergasted.
NASA can't even advertise.
Yeah, no, that's not. That's
You
not
guys are
allowed.
killing me. Are you kidding me?
Well, wait. Just to be clear, what the military does when they have TV commercials during the Super Bowl is not. That's not technically marketing.
They're recruiting.
No. Yeah, they're recruiting.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what happened was when I was on one.
Can the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology recruit? Holy cat, that would be cool. Yeah. It's like, oh, what can the military offer you? Oh, yeah, you know, when you don't come back, they'll give you a really cool flag. Like, your mom will get a really cool flag delivered right to your door. But if you become a dinosaur paleontologist, holy cow, you could discover a new species of dinosaur and have your your name forever remembered for as long as there are human beings around Earth, you know?
One of my commissions, we were approached by an ad agency that wanted to create.
There you go, Kirsten. Yeah.
Sort of public service spots for NASA to recruit.
Right.
To recruit scientists and engineers in the spirit of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines recruiting. And that way you can justify commercial time for it. And there's some of the most beautiful commercials I've ever seen. And it was just the tradition to do that is just not there.
And I think SVP can lobby Congress. You should look into becoming a lobbyist for them. As if we had any kind of money for that. Holy cow. Like, we run the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology conference at a loss every year. It's, oh boy, I wish we had that kind of money. But, you know, since we're not manufacturing missiles to vaporize Yemeni children or, you know, stuff like that, we don't really get funding for this sort of thing, you know? We've got very limited, very, very limited funding. Oh boy, we might as well hold a bake sale to try and make money, you know? Yeah.
That is so sad. I mean, it's almost as if our government has stacked the deck against what we should be doing.
No, but it sounds good the way it is, but imagine that in a limit where it's out of control. Because all it says is we taxpayers elect officials.
You'd get more money from a Patreon, lol, says Laconic Bites. No, that you're not even hyperbolizing there. I make more money here streaming on Twitch than I have ever made in a job officially as a paleontologist, doing field work, working for a museum, etc. I make, you know, a very modest income here on Paleontologizing. And I'm eternally grateful for that. Thank you to the supporters, the subscribers, the cheerers, the gifters, everybody. But I make more money doing this than I ever made working in an official capacity for a museum, you know? And thank you, Birds at Dead On.
Birds are dead on gifted a tier 1
I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you.
given 9 gift subs in the channel.
Shoot, the most that I've ever made as a paleontologist, working for a museum, has been when I was doing field work out in the Hell Creek, and I was making $10 an hour, but that was only for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. You know, I'd be working 6 or 7 days a week for like 10 or 12 or 14 hours a day, but I only get paid for that $10. Spiral Pad, thank you for the follow. What? So yeah, I should calculate that out, how much that actually was. And I was so pleased to have had that. Holy cow. I was over the moon to actually get paid to do paleontological work, because up until that point, all of it was volunteer work. I was paying to do work in paleontology. But to actually get paid for it was a dream come true, you know? So what I'm doing today here on Twitch is above and beyond. This is nirvana. So thank you, supporters, for allowing me to do this through your support. Holy cow. Yeah. Yeah. And Cryptic Caramel says that seems sketchy. I mean, welcome to academia, Cryptic Caramel. That's how it works, you know? Yeah. And Caravan says it would be interesting to see a poll on how much people think the U.S. government spends on paleontology. People probably think it's a lot. It's probably a few $1 million per year. For all of the hundreds of paleontologists across the country, it's probably maybe a few $1 million of spending goes toward paleontology from the federal government every year. You know? Spread across hundreds or maybe even close to 1,000 paleontologists throughout the U.S. You want to know how much I made from the federal government last year? $0. $0. You know? That's just how it goes. And Grasshopper, thank you for those 900 bits. Thank you for dialing those in. Really appreciate that. And Scary Printer Sounds, 400 bits from you.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying
Let's
in
see
the
if this pays off. Oh.
I wasted $5 on these.
I'm sorry. Scary Printer Sounds. But you did not waste those 400 bits on me. Thank you. Appreciate you, Printer Sounds. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah. And Hecky for Life says, why does it seem like the study of dinosaurs and fossils went quiet for years? When I was a kid, it was huge. It seemed to fizzle, and now seems to be picking up. I don't know how old you are, Hecky for Life, but the thing is, dinosaur science has been... There's been a tremendous amount of activity for the past 20, 30 years. Holy cow. And the pace has only been picking up until... Unfortunately, until about this year. It seems to be going down. In the year 2020, we had 48 new species of dinosaur described. In the year 2021, I don't remember how many. 2022, we had 36, I think, new species of dinosaur described. So far in 2023, from the beginning of January until the present day, April 5th, 0 new species of dinosaur described. And thank you, Hogan, for those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Hogan. Holy cow. Appreciate that very, very much. Yeah. And Cirque says, hasn't it been a public roller coaster ride about dinosaurs? No, I mean, there's been a decent amount of work going on. But the funding seems to be decreasing. And paleontologists have to make more and more out of less and less. We have to become increasingly frugal, it seems. Because there is less and less funding for us. Public funding from the government is going down. Funding from private industry also seems to be decreasing. So yeah. I mean, shoot. Me, as a dinosaur paleontologist right now, I'm making my living streaming on Twitch, you know? And thank you, Slinkweasel, for that follow. Appreciate that. I have better prospects, better economic prospects here on Twitch.tv, alongside people reacting to Top Chef and hot tub streaming and playing Valorous and whatever and Mimescraft. I have better economic prospects here than I do working at a museum or working as an adjunct professor or something like that. Thank you, Hogan. I appreciate that very much, and thank you for those 100 bets. So yeah. We're getting Denny a hot tub stream. Hey, if it brings in the money, Indrak, I'm not above it. Yeah. I don't have too much pride for that. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I really have to go to the bathroom now. I'm gonna play this video, and I'm gonna go slink off to the little paleontologist room. I'll be right back. Here we go.
NASA can't even advertise.
Yeah. No, that's not. That's
You
not
guys are
allowed.
killing me. Are you kidding me?
Well, wait. Just to be clear, what the military does when they have TV commercials during the Super Bowl is not. That's not technically marketing.
They're recruiting.
No. Yeah, they're recruiting.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what happened was when I was on one of my commissions, we were approached by an ad agency that wanted to create sort of public service spots for NASA to recruit.
Right.
To recruit scientists and engineers in the spirit of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines recruiting.
Right.
And that way you can justify commercial time for it. And there's some of the most beautiful commercials I've ever seen. And it was just the tradition to do that is just not there. And yeah.
That is so sad. I mean, it's almost as if our government has stacked the deck against what we should be doing.
No, but it sounds good the way it is, but imagine that in a limit where it's out of control. Yeah. Because all it says is we taxpayers elect officials who then establish budgets for agencies. The agency can't then market itself. To ask for more budget.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because it's a completely external activity from it.
I understand that.
So that's
that
why.
Makes sense.
And while we all feel good that NASA should be able to do it, in the limit, you don't really want that happening.
Okay,
in
I got
government.
you.
That's
Right.
all.
No, that makes sense.
That's all.
Because I don't want the agriculture department doing the same thing. You know what I mean?
There we go.
It's not just NASA to do it.
Right. I only want NASA to be able to do it.
Oh boy. Anyway, we as paleontologists have significantly less political clout than NASA does. Holy cow. Oh boy. Yeah. So I have gone out and dug dinosaurs, brand new species of dinosaurs at really important sites. And like our entire budget for a whole summer's worth of fieldwork is like less than $1,000. I mean, imagine that. An entirely new species of dinosaur. And you've got several people working on it, digging it up, studying it, bringing it back to the museum, preparing it, illustrating it, publishing on it, and your entire budget is less than $1,000. I mean, think about that for a second. Oh, yeah.
Glue is cheap.
Glue is cheap, Haraz, but, you know, it still costs a little bit of money. Yeah. Anyway, where are we going to that? But yeah. And Nolo says, if government put flesh on both the national... NSF, you mean National Science Foundation? And, I don't know what that is. Dinosaurs, you get funding. I mean, yeah. That's the thing, is that for every dollar that's spent on digging up a dinosaur, you know, it gets multiplied also. My old crew chief, Denver Fowler, used to talk about this. You know, he would say, for every dollar that we get in funding, you know, back when we used to live and work in Montana, for every dollar that we get in funding for dinosaur science, we are multiplying that. There are significant dividends for the state of Montana. Say we get $700 worth of funding to go dig up a dinosaur out in eastern Montana. Eastern Montana is one of these areas that is super underdeveloped. It's a poor region. There's not a lot of economic activity in eastern Montana. We'd drive out from western Montana to eastern Montana. We'd spend money on groceries. We'd spend money on fuel. We'd dig up a dinosaur. We'd bring it back to the museum. We're helping support those local communities there by spending money in the town, buying gas, buying fuel, buying plaster, burlap, other supplies that we would need if they have it there. Shoot, some of these communities were so sparse that they didn't even have the supplies that we would need. We'd have to buy them elsewhere in bigger towns. But, you know, this stimulates the local economy. And holy cow, we bring back a new species of dinosaur to the museum that everybody wants to come and see. That brings in tourist dollars from out of state. Like the $700 that we originally got as funding would be expanded tenfold, 100-fold, maybe even 1,000-fold. Who knows? But the thing about this is it doesn't make wealthy people wealthier. And so it's not encouraged here in the US. Everything that happens here in the US is supposed to make the wealthiest people even more disgustingly wealthy. And that's... Anyway. Yeah. And why isn't NSF funding some paleontology? There is... You do occasionally hear about paleontologists getting NSF grants, National Science Foundation grants, but even those are... It'll be like a 1 in 100 shot that as a paleontologist you'll get one of those. You know? Yeah. Bert the Don says, my friend likes your watch. Oh, thank you, Birds. Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I saw the Natural History Museum did like a night in museum themed overnight sleepover with activities. I mean, that's what museums have to do because they're underfunded. You know? They have to try and get really, really creative with funding, and that might bring in a couple $100 or something, but man, is it difficult. Yeah. So yeah. And Real Men Grow Beard says the system isn't faulty, it's working exactly as intended. I mean, that's the truth. Yeah. Yeah. And yes, Jody Fish, NSF grants, highly sought after. It didn't used to be this way either. Didn't used to be this way. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Laconic Bite says it's hard to compete with Fortnite. And I suppose that's true. Although looking at us right here... Well, maybe that's part of it, actually. Here, that's a good example, maybe. Paleontology, space science. Paleontology, 165 viewers. Space science, 596 viewers. I mean, everybody honestly knows that... Well, I won't talk about how much cooler dinosaurs are than rockets, but... Anyway. Yeah. We're gonna talk about Neosaurus here. Let's get into that. Really briefly before we get into our sauropod stuff, right? There we go. Neosaurus. Yes, indeed. So Neosaurus is one of those critters where we don't actually know what it is. The name means Lake Neosa Lizard, and it's some kind of archosaur. So this belongs to the group of animals that today includes crocodiles and birds. And, yeah. So archosaurs are this group of animals here. Archosaurs. It includes crocodiles. It includes birds over here, and it includes dinosaurs. But we don't know what kind of archosaur Neosaurus was because it's very fragmentary. So they say in Wikipedia it's an extinct genus of Eva metatarsalian archosaur from the putatively Middle Triassic Manda Formation of Tanzania that may be the earliest known dinosaur. But we don't know for sure, you know? It was first described in 1956, and the thesis of English paleontologist Alan J. Charig, who's long since died. Alan Charig is one of the scientists who described baryonyx back in 1983. Holy cow, and he was getting up in age back then. But it was not formally described until 2013. So whatever kind of animal this is, this may be more or less what it would have looked like, something like that. But is it a dinosaur or is it not? We really don't know. We only have a few bones of this animal, and that's what makes it really, really difficult. Yeah. So they consist only of fragments of bone. The remains were first described by English paleontologist Alan J. Charig's 1956 doctoral thesis and referred to as specimen 50B. In 1967, Charig used the name Neosaurus cromptoni in a review of Archosauria without any description, so it was commonly considered a nomen nudum. So that's like a name without a proper description. A naked name is what it means. So we really don't know much about this animal. Is it the earliest dinosaur, or is it another very dinosaur-like creature? Here's the issue, is that when you go back to the Triassic period and you start looking at the dinosaurs back then, the dinosaurs and the dinosaur close relatives all look very, very similar to one another. So, so far, the kind of commonly accepted earliest dinosaur that we have is this critter, whom we call Eoraptor, right here. Eoraptor, there it is next to a chicken. Here's a lovely illustration of it right here. Eoraptor, ah, I love it. Not a big animal. I have its skull right here. This is a 3D print of the skull of Eoraptor. Note the big ol' eye socket right there. There's the nose, there's the teeth. Eoraptor. This animal looks very, very similar to other kind of non-dinosaurs of the time. The thing is, all dinosaurs start off looking like this. They walk on two legs, they eat meat, got sharp little teeth, short arms. They basically look like this. And obviously that presents a challenge. When you're trying to compare Eoraptor to, say, Silosaurus, these animals right here, like this, is this a dinosaur or is it not? We still don't really know. Or Euparkeria, maybe. This animal is not considered a dinosaur, but it still looks fairly similar. You know? Not particularly big either. There it is next to a rat. So yeah. Yeah. It becomes really tricky. What is a dinosaur and what isn't? The closer you get to the ancestry of dinosaurs, the blurrier the line gets between dinosaurs and their ancestors. And so if we're talking about Neosaurus, it may or may not have looked like this. We only have fragmentary material. We don't really know what's going on with this animal. I mean, here's another diagram right here showing a couple of the bones that we have. There's some vertebrae, and there's apparently a humerus, an upper arm bone. But even those are really chunked up, and it's really difficult to see what shape they were. So, like, that's why this diagram is like a computer diagram like this. Really wonky looking. So we don't really know what's going on with Neosaurus, and we won't know until we actually find more material from this animal or from similar animals. We can always use more funding in paleontology. Holy cow, can we use more funding? And we can find more specimens. So, you know, that's... I guess that's reason for optimism. We don't know much about this animal. Is it a dinosaur? Is it not? But you know what? That's exciting. This is still left unexplored. Still a mystery out there yet to be solved. Someday we'll figure this out. But that hasn't happened yet. Some young, bright person will figure this out someday. But it hasn't happened yet. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Dribble Ninja, no, Dimetrodon was never a dinosaur, Dribble Ninja. No. Shoot, I have a whole tink tonk about that. Yeah. There we go. I am just getting ready to carve up this pumpkin. I thought everybody's going to be expecting me to do a dinosaur. So I'm going to buck expectations a little bit and do something that is distinctly not a dinosaur and make it be about not being a dinosaur. Who can tell me what that is? Dimetrodon, there you go. Yeah, Dimetrodon. This critter is more closely related to you and me than it is to any dinosaur. Yep. Pretty cool to think about. These are very, very charismatic animals. You see them in all kinds of assorted plastic dinosaurs boxes and stuff. But they're not dinosaurs. These predate the dinosaurs by, what, probably a solid 60 million years? Let's go ahead and get started with pumpkin carving. First thing that I've got to do for this is carve out the top. Unfortunately, I don't have any anesthetic for our pumpkin friend here. It's time for your lobotomy. There we go. Look at that. Pulling out all the guts right here. Yeah. You see it in a movie or a book or something like that, and you can say, hey, that's not a dinosaur. That's a Dimetrodon. Yep. Yes, indeed. Check it out. Ah, that looks so much better now. Ha! Very nice. Very nice. Our, not a dinosaur, Dimetrodon. Let me turn off all the lights. Yes. Check that out. Oh, man. That is pretty cool. I like that a lot. I'm pretty happy with this. Good stuff. I have not made a lot of Tink Tonks. That actually might be my last one. Latest one? Let's see. No, second to last one. I've got a song here. I gotta do some more of those, but, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Dimetro, don't call it a dinosaur. There you go, Dismodus. Yeah. Yeah. And Dribble Ninja says, I wonder whether more people know that birds are dinosaurs or that Dimetrodon is not a dinosaur. Dribble Ninja? I betcha that is a Venn diagram that's almost a circle. The same people who know that birds are dinosaurs probably also realize that Dimetrodon isn't a dinosaur, you know? Because both of those imply kind of a certain familiarity with the history of life and with fossil science. So it's probably a lot of the same people for both of those. Yeah. Yeah. Should I upload the GoldenEye one to TikTok? Maybe, Bubsy. You know, that's actually a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. I would play that, but we have got to continue. And we've got to start talking about Brachiosaurus. Holy cow, we're 3 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. 3¼ hours. Not even talked about Brachiosaurus yet. So let's go ahead and get into that. Yeah. And that should be right here, I believe. Well, yeah. Here. Let's see here. There we go. And good, this is getting some attention. Very nice. So, Brachiosaurus, one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs, was heralded as the largest known dinosaur in a publication that occurred on this day in 1901. 122 years ago, Elmer S. Riggs published this paper in the journal Science, announcing the largest known dinosaur that he was excavating for the Field Museum in Chicago. The bones consist of a femur, a humerus, a coracoid, a sacrum, an ilium, and a series of 7 presacral vertebrae, 2 caudal vertebrae from the tail, and a number of ribs. Very, very nice. This dinosaur would later be named Brachiosaurus. And here is that humerus, the upper arm bone, right here. So this is this bone right here in your upper arm, your humerus bone. This is the humerus of Brachiosaurus right there. And this is fossil preparator H.W. Menke. And I don't know how tall he was, but he is definitely not as tall as this upper arm bone is long. Really, really impressive. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, funny looking bone, humorous, very, har Scout. Let me find that original paper here. Come on now. That's not it. Hang on a minute. And I will find it for you real quick and give you a link to the original announcement from 1901. Which is why we're talking about this right here. The name Brachiosaurus is not yet published, but here is that article right here. Let's go ahead and download this. Get PDF, copy link address. There you go. Here is the link there in chat for you. This is the announcement of Brachiosaurus before it was even called Brachiosaurus. Back on this very day, April 5th, 1901. There we go. Shorter articles. The largest known dinosaur. The Field Columbian Museum Paleontological Expedition of the past summer was fortunate in securing a number of dinosaur bones. It's so quaint how they capitalized the D in dinosaur. Belonging to an animal unique in both size and in proportions. These bones consist of a femur, a humerus, a coracoid, a sacrum, an ilium, etc., etc. The most striking characteristic of this animal so far developed is the relative length of its front and hind legs. While the humerus of Brontosaurus excelsus is a little more than 2/3 as long as the femur, the humerus of the individual in question is decidedly the longer bone of the two. So way back in 1900, even before Brachiosaurus was named, Elmer S. Riggs, who published this article, realized that Brachiosaurus had longer arms than legs. And Brachiosaurus is on an incline. Its arms are longer than its legs. That's where the name Brachiosaurus comes from. The name means arm lizard. Brachio Brachiosaurus. And there's a lovely, it's so small but lovely reconstruction of this animal. Yeah. Now, Brachiosaurus was for a very long time considered the largest dinosaur that ever lived. In fact, Brachiosaurus might actually hold the record, and this is an esoteric record here, that might hold the record for the dinosaur that held the record of largest dinosaur ever for the longest amount of time. So yeah. If anybody in chat has any evidence to the contrary, I would love to hear it. But this is the amount of material that we actually have from Brachiosaurus. It's not a whole lot. If you look at the parts in white right there, those are from the Field Museum. So the publication that we just looked at, they've got this vertebral series and the ilium and the femur, and then the humerus right here of this animal, and a rib, potentially another rib, then part of the coracoid. So yeah, not a whole lot from this animal. You may be surprised to learn that the Brachiosaurus that you know and love from Jurassic Park Anyway, the Brachiosaurus from Jurassic Park Who is this? Holy cow. Majot, thank you for the 15 months there, Majot. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. This dinosaur right here that you see in Jurassic Park, not actually based on Brachiosaurus. Yeah. Oh, be quiet, you. Always thinking about the money. Yeah. Anyway, Brachiosaurus. Remarkable dinosaur. But what you see right here is not actually based on Brachiosaurus. It's based on another kind of dinosaur, not Troodon. Yeah. It's based on a different kind of sauropod. Giraffe Titan. There you go, Tommy Plodicus. Yes, indeed. So, wonderful scene here. But the thing is, we don't actually have a lot of material from Brachiosaurus. We've only got this much of this animal. Not a whole lot. There's another dinosaur from East Africa that actually helps fill in our picture of what this dinosaur would have looked like. So let me show you. And that should be right here. Yeah. Stop. Pause. Goodness. Here. Take a look at this video right here, which I think Brachiosaurus might be our first dinosaur that shows up in it, and it's good stuff. I've shown this before. Quality. Take a look.
So, you want to create living dinosaurs using preserved DNA and frog genes to fill in the gaps? Well, they won't be 100% accurate. But how do the 1993 Jurassic Park dinosaurs compare to the latest science? Let's find out now. Animated. Jurassic Park Brachiosaurus has its signature head hump with added nostrils, an S-shaped 30-foot neck, and trunk-shaped legs. The real Brachiosaurus had a thicker neck, a longer body, and more unique feet. Their head hump was less steep, and their nostrils were closer to their mouth. It's also possible, like many dinosaurs, they had more colorful patterns. They also couldn't chew like a big cow, nor would they rear on their hind legs.
I call shenanigans on that. They would have reared on their hind legs, because how in the world else would they have mated? I mean, holy cow! Unless they had some sort of, and let's keep this PG rated, chat. Let's keep this PG rated. Unless they had some sort of other very specialized, like, really, really crazy reproductive gear. Who's what's his name? The science fiction author. Who is that old guy? The Cthulhu. What's his name? Who am I thinking of, chat? Who am I thinking of? Cthulhu. Lovecraft. Thank you there, Potato. Lovecraft. Unless these animals had some sort of crazy Lovecraftian reproductive gear, how else would they have made it if they couldn't rear up on their hind legs in order to, you know, transfer their genes, so to speak? You know? Yeah. So, they couldn't rear up on their hind legs. Please, how else would they have made it, you know?
They also couldn't chew like a big cow, nor would they rear on their hind legs. Although Jurassic...
They almost certainly would have been able to rear up on their hind legs, or else they would have gone extinct, you know? Yeah. Unless they had something like ostriches or whales with some sort of prehensile gear, which I'm not even going to think about right now. There is some Lovecraftian horror right there. Oof. Yeah, maybe they laid on their sides. I don't know, Real Men Grow Beards. I don't know about that. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe externally like fish, says Jody Fish. There are no tetrapods that have external fertilization, to my knowledge, Jody Fish. That would be truly unprecedented.
Chew like a big cow, nor would they rear on their hind legs. Although Jurassic Park's Brack was actually modeled off the similar Giraffatitan.
There we go. So this is the thing, is that, this kind of gets into some interesting footnotes in dinosaur paleontology. So back in the day, colonial Germany had some project. They went and sent some expeditions down to East Africa, which I think was a German colony at the time, to Tanzania, and they dig up a whole lot of dinosaur fossils back then. It was local people who did a lot of the digging. Yeah. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to find a video about this. Shoot. Probably not. Yeah, it's okay. Nobody's really made a video about this. But yeah, there was a brachiosaur found in Tendaguru, in Tanzania, in East Africa. And it's clearly related to our North American Brachiosaurus. Brachiosaurus altithorax, that means high thorax, because it's got very tall arms. Brachiosaurus means arm lizard, altithorax means, like, high chest, basically. Brachiosaurus altithorax. Yeah. A similar brachiosaur was discovered in Tanzania, and it was named Brachiosaurus bronchi. But it turns out they're probably not super close relatives. They're not members of the same genus, at least. And so since then, that animal was renamed Giraffatitan. And this happened after Jurassic Park came out. And so Jurassic Park had already given the name, you know, Brachiosaurus to this dinosaur, who's supposed to be Brachiosaurus bronchi. Today we call it Giraffatitan bronchi. So Jurassic Park you know, Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg and all of them, they're, you know, they were with it at the time, but the science has moved on since then.
Though Jurassic Park's Brack was actually modeled off the similar Giraffatitan, whose proportions were closer to the film version. JP's Dilophosaurus has a green...
Yeah, anyway, and then this video goes through the rest of the dinosaurs from Jurassic Park. Interesting stuff. Here is the link for that. But yeah. And Breeder Kodai says, as we have no living creatures to observe, it's all still speculation at best. Completely wrong. Sorry, Breeder Cody. No. It's science. We create testable hypotheses. It's not just speculation. You know? That's what separates paleontology from, well, from speculation, you know? We go out and we dig up fossils, and that's how we test hypotheses. That's what it's all about, you know? I don't mean to be jumping down your throat about this, but, you know, I've got to defend the honor of my science here. When we're digging up fossils, we're testing hypotheses. We're trying to figure out what the ancient world was actually like. You don't have to necessarily look at living animals in order to find out about the past, you know? These animals are all extinct today, and yet we can dig up their bones, we can dig up evidence of their behavior, things like footprints, things like coprolites, fossilized dung that shows what they were eating. We can find bite marks in bones that show evidence of carnivores' behavior. You know, we can find nests of dinosaurs that show how they reared their young. You know, it's like saying if there were no witnesses to a murder occurring, then we can't possibly know what happened if it wasn't caught on camera. But no, you can actually figure some things out. You know, if you find fingerprints on the murder weapon, it can tell you who did it. You know, there's a whole ridiculous series of television shows about this called CSI. You know, and they take it way too far. But it does help kind of explain the point that, like, you don't have to have been there to understand what happened. You know? We have forensic science we can garner clues from. That's what it's all about. You know? Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. So yeah. How is it wrong? So you say we actually have Brachiosaurus? We do. We've got their specimens. Reader Kodai, yes, indeed. You know, here's, actually a number of different Brachiosaurus specimens. Brachiosaurus itself is not particularly well known. It's a rare dinosaur in North America. And so, this animal in particular, this particular genus of dinosaur, there's a lot of mysteries surrounding it. But if we look at, say, Giraffatitan for some clues, its close relative from East Africa, we can get a much better picture of what this animal would have looked like. So everything that you see there in white are the bones that we actually have, you know? So yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Yeah. And Pendrake says, does anybody try to figure out forensically what happened to all those little dinosaurs in Utah or other places? Yeah, Pendrake. In fact, actually, let me pull up that video for you. I'll give you the link. Utah's Dinosaur Graveyard. There we go.
How are they deposited there? Well, sites like this are actually quite common among dinosaurs. We actually have dinosaur bone beds, as we call them, from various countries around the world. Possible explanations might include drought. They might include volcanism, flood, some type of poisoning like botulism. So there's a whole range of hypotheses. So the way the science works from here is we go just like the forensic detectives of today. We collect all of our clues and we rule out hypotheses and we see what's left over.
Other single animal bone beds, known as monospecific sites, have been explained as herds drowned in flash floods. But this Falcarius site is not an ancient riverbed.
Nope.
Another possibility for
There's
theropods,
Jim Kirkland.
mortalities,
Yeah.
or perhaps disease. Things like
Good old Jim. We love Jim here.
bad water, poison water. You have a red tide. Algae blooms, releases toxins. Animals come to drink, they die. Animals smell those carcasses, come to feed on them, and they die. So we have a number of theropod accumulations that are associated with shallow bodies of water, and these things tend to go fetid. But the density of bones suggests something unusual was going on.
Yeah, and you can watch. I've got the link. I'll post that again right here. There you go. Didn't Jim Kirkland have an extended chat about the Utah Raptor block? Yeah, live on stream, Jody Fish, last summer. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Scrolling. And Kirsten Games says, so all the skeletons I've seen are fake because we only have a few bones. Not true, Kirsten Games, no. Shoot. Well, I can show you, for instance. It depends where you are. Like many things in real life, outside of a storybook, you know, there's some nuance. There's some gray areas here. Let's take a look at one of those. Here is Pex Rex at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana. Let me see if I can find you a good illustration here. A good picture. There we go. And there's my Triceratops in the background. Yoshi's trike. Beautiful. But this is Pex Rex right here. And so this is, like I said earlier in the stream when we were talking about Bozeman, Montana, this is the only mounted, genuine Tyrannosaurus skeleton in Montana. Montana is the world capital for T-Rex. More Tyrannosaurus specimens have come out of Montana than any other place in the world. But here, we've got a real fossil bone that you see here in dark brown. Like here on the scapula, here on the coracoid, here on the humerus. And then you've got these lighter parts that are filled in. So these are parts of the bone that had to be filled in because that was not there in the original fossil. So here it is for the skull. The whole skull actually is a cast. But we have the real Pex Rex skull is mounted over here. The skull was too heavy to put on the end of the neck, so they made all of this out of lightweight material. But the light sculpted and the brown actual fossil still corresponds. The brown parts are just casts of the original right here. Anyway, I hope that doesn't make it too confusing for anybody. But yeah. Any dinosaur skeleton is going to be reasonably incomplete. You know? The larger it is, the more incomplete it likely is. Because fossilization is one of those processes that's extremely unlikely. And the bigger an animal you are, the more sediment it takes to cover up your carcass. The more chances there are for scavengers to come in and carry parts away. The more likely it is that various parts will be eroded away before it ever gets discovered by a scientist. You know? And so for... there are many dinosaurs that we have whole skeletons for, but they tend to be small, Kirsten Games. Yeah, and let's go back. Let's go back to this real quick, which is an old standby here, the fossilization video. Here we go.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil.
Yep.
Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
Yep.
Step 2, get buried fast.
Yeah.
If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
Yep.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
And so the smaller you are, the more likely it is that your whole carcass, Your whole stinking carcass will be covered by sediment like this. If you're an animal the size of a bus, how likely is it that your whole carcass will be covered up by, by sediment? The bigger you are, the less likely it is that your whole carcass will get covered up. And so we've got a whole bunch of different dinosaurs for whom we have their entire skeleton. A Sinosauropteryx is my old go-to. Here is a beautiful, complete dinosaur skeleton. Here, preserved. With feathers and everything else right there. Very cool. But this is small. This animal's only like, this big. Much more likely to get covered up by sediment all at once. If you're an animal the size of a bus, it's going to take a whole lot of sediment to cover you up. That's exceedingly unlikely. So yeah. And Gargoware says, the larger you are, the number of members of your species will be smaller? I don't know what you mean, Gargoware. What? Yeah. But yeah. I needed a severe sudden event to cover something big? It makes it more likely, Pendrake. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says just that the entire humerus was preserved of the original find of Brachiosaurus. Is not likely based on size. I mean, yeah. Good point. This humerus right here, just this upper arm bone. Look how big that is. The idea that you have enough mud to cover this, that's pretty unlikely. Yeah. So yeah, you can begin to understand why, for this huge animal here, all these different colors represent different finds here. For each of these different colors, it's like a different museum collecting these. The Field Museum of Natural History is in white. Brigham Young University in red. Another BYU find. Brigham Young in yellow. The USNM, that's the U.S. National Museum, the Smithsonian. They're in green. They've got a humerus of Brachiosaurus. Unknown specimen number in blue for that rib. Yeah, etc., etc. So, yeah, KUVP is probably Kansas University vertebrate paleontology. That foot right there. Oh, yeah. Anyway, it can be exceedingly unlikely that a whole animal is buried and then fossilized and then preserved and then dug up.
Soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
There you go.
Step 4, wait to be exposed.
So it's...
As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Pretty cool. Yeah. So the bigger you are as a dinosaur, the less likely it is that you'll be completely preserved, that all of the bones of your skeleton will be found. And I'd actually love to know, that'd be a wonderful piece of trivia. What is the largest complete dinosaur skeleton that we have? And I'm guessing it's probably about... It might be that juvenile Camarasaurus. Excuse me. It might be this right here. From Dinosaur National Monument. Although even this, I don't think was 100% complete. But this is about the size of an elephant. Yeah. It might be this critter here. Although even a few of the tail vertebrae were missing, so it's not 100% complete. But pretty close. Yeah. I think the Camarasaurus skull that we have right here is actually based on that specimen from Dinosaur National Monument. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And Kennedy says, Danny, how often does another scientist review something like this and realize that perhaps the bone isn't Brachiosaurus, but a related dinosaur known or unknown? All the time, Kennedy. That happens all the time. There's a significant portion of the publications in dinosaur paleontology that deal with stuff like that. Yeah. Trying to identify which kind of dinosaur might actually be distinct from another one or what might be the same thing. I'm actually engaged in a couple of projects about that right now. Yeah, it's really tricky. It's tricky stuff, for sure. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Eutyrannus, I don't think the adult Eutyrannus was complete. Was it 6-foot turkey? I could be wrong. And I missed Wild Rose's message. Let me go back to that. Oh, thank you, Claire. My son Joe says hi, and that Paleontologizing, the guys are all awesome and amazing. Well, the ladies are all beautiful, pretty, and gorgeous. Cool. Triceratops has always been my favorite dinosaur. It's one of my very favorites, too. Triceratops is one of my very favorite dinosaurs because I've dug up a whole bunch of them over the years. And there's so much that we can learn about Triceratops. I could do a whole week's worth of streams all about Triceratops and what we can understand and learn about this dinosaur. Because we've got so many specimens of this animal. And the more specimens that we have, the more cool science we can do. Triceratops is one of these really, really cool dinosaurs because we can actually start to understand its evolution. Yeah. Oh, here we go. In the journal PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Thank you, Kirsten Games. Thank you. PNAS, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. If they didn't want us to call it PNAS, they should have chosen a different acronym. Anyway, evolutionary trends in Triceratops from the Hell Creek Formation, Montana. We have enough Triceratops specimens nowadays from different parts of the rock record in the Hell Creek Formation that we can basically watch these animals evolve over time, which is super, super cool. It's something we can do for pretty much no other kind of dinosaur. Triceratops is almost unique in that regard, and that is incredibly exciting to a dinosaur paleontologist. So very, very special. Yeah. This is published by my old crew chief, Denver Fowler, and John Scanella, and Mark Goodwin, and Jack Horner, my old boss. Yeah. Cool stuff. Oh, John is the first author on this. Good to know. But yeah, John is currently curator of paleontology at Museum of the Rockies in Montana. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Triceratops. Very cool animal. I've personally dug up probably 20 to 30 different Triceratops specimens over the years. We've got a lot of them. And the more specimens we have, the more data we can collect and the more we can learn about these animals. So, pretty cool stuff. So anyway, where were we? We were talking about Brachiosaurus. And, Brachiosaurus for a very long time was considered the largest known dinosaur. He was considered as such for a long time. I think from about 1901 until maybe the 1970s, with the discovery of dinosaurs like Supersaurus. So yeah. And man, we are like almost 4 hours into this stream. Let's get into this little video here. Let's see here. This'll work. Man, this right here, this video, will cause a swelling of pride in the hearts of many of the people who were alive during the 1990s and early 2000s when this originally aired. This is from a show called Paleo World, which premiered on the Learning Channel back when TLC was still called that, when it wasn't all about Real Housewives of Bakersfield or whatever. And it later transitioned to the Discovery Channel, before the Discovery Channel was all about, ghost swamp, Bigfoot truckers, and ancient alien ghost hunters and whatever. This is called Paleo World, and here is a little episode about sauropod dinosaurs. Take a look. Good stuff.
Were the largest beasts to ever walk the earth.
Still true.
So large,
yeah.
They dwarfed the great T-Rex. When they vanished, they left behind a few big bones, a huge digging problem, and a tall tale about the biggest of them all. The one that got away.
Like an Amphicelius right there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, this theme song used to... It still gets me right here. Oh, man. It's my favorite show when I was a kid. Holy cow. This is going to be a wonderful springboard for discussion here. So I hope you're ready.
In the uplands of northern Patagonia in Argentina, earthquakes are not unknown. But once there was a time when something else made the ground shake and the earth move.
Dinosaurs. A little corny, but you know, it's all in good fun. Dubstep says leaning in. There you go.
Rodolfo Correa is looking for a creature that dwarfed giants.
And shoot, Rodolfo Correa is one of the authors on the original descriptive paper, or the paper we were talking about yesterday at least, of Carnotaurus right here. Well-known Argentine paleontologist. So yeah. Small world, the world of dinosaur paleontology, you will find the more you get into it.
Giants. A paleontologist working in Buenos Aires, Correa packed up and moved to the town of Plaza Huincal after the discovery of a single bone. A very big bone.
Yeah.
The local people always come to me with
cool, Lydia, yeah.
They are usually nothing, but sometimes, just sometimes, they are really excited.
Really exciting. Yeah!
I've seen cases when the local farmer bring to me in a plastic bag just one dinosaur, almost complete, and paleontologists were nothing to do with that, just a local farmer.
Yep. And so that's the thing, is that so many different dinosaurs that have been discovered, especially in Argentina, by farmers. by ranchers, by sheep herders, by hikers. There are so few of us in the world. There are so few dinosaur paleontologists. There might be a couple hundred of us on the planet. To the point where many, many different new dinosaur genera and species that are discovered by regular people, by hikers, by bird watchers, by miners, but miners like, mining in the earth, picks and shovels, A lot of them also by miners, by, people under the age of 18, by dog walkers and beachgoers and hunters and ranchers and sheep herders and whoever else. People who are spending a lot of time just kind of rambling over the wilderness out in, dinosaur-rich areas, miles from civilization. Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually interested to find out, and I should honestly see if I can kind of tailor the project that I'm working on right now to try and determine how many different new species and genera of dinosaurs have been discovered by amateurs, by people outside of official academic paleontology, Yeah. And holy cow, fossils can be found on beaches. Absolutely, Scout. In certain places, yes. Yes, yes, yes. The Venerable Mary Anning comes to mind. We'll talk about her in May. We're going to have a birthday celebration like we do every year for Mary Anning, and I hope you can tune in for that. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
A farmer named Guillermo Heredia was out walking one day in 1988 when he stumbled across it. He says, I was tending the farm when I saw something white that caught my attention. It looked round, like a ball. I tried to move it. It seemed to be the end of a bone, so I began to clear the earth from around it.
Huh.
I realized that I had found the leg bone of a skeleton.
Yeah.
I was really surprised, and I took it to the museum. And that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
What more can I say? I found something of really great value.
True.
For Korea, it was the find of a lifetime.
Yes! And Haas the Boss, thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Now, another really important find, we'll get back to the video in a minute, but here's a book that I'd like to share with you real quick. We'll just look at a little bit of it. But this is one of my students' very favorite books that I would read to them back when I was teaching full-time. Here we go. The book is called Titanosaur, Discovering the World's Largest Dinosaur. And it's a short book, but it deals with a really similar story right at the beginning. And this, there's a common thread that goes throughout a lot of these. Here. Oh, hang on a minute. Come on, camera. Let's see. Properties, deactivate, activate. There we go. There we go. Titanosaur. This is cool because it's actually written by the paleontologist who led the dig, Dr. Jose Luis Carballido y Dr. Diego Pol, two Argentine paleontologists. And so it starts off right here. We'll just look at the very beginning. Come on, camera. You can do it. I promise you could do it, camera. You can focus. You could do it. Let's give you some more light. Come on, camera. Oh, boy. Turn the brightness up. Will that help at all? No, goodness. There we go, finally. Early one summer morning, in a place called Patagonia, Argentina, a gaucho, who is basically like an Argentine cowboy, a gaucho and a sheepdog left their ranch to search for a lost sheep. After hours of searching, the gaucho spotted something poking out of the dirt. His dog lunged forward and sniffed all around the large, mysterious mound. What is that? ¿Qué es esto? The gaucho wondered. It was like nothing he had ever seen. Ooh. And I love how there's explanation of what a gaucho is. A gaucho is a skilled horseman, like the American cowboy, who is native to Argentina, Uruguay, and some parts of Brazil. In Patagonia, the gauchos are farmers and shepherds. A few months later, the gaucho was walking in town when he passed a museum with a dinosaur skeleton on display. He walked in and went up to the front desk. "Excuse me," he said, pointing to the display. "I found a bone just like that one on my ranch, but it's much larger than that one." Moments later, the museum's two paleontologists rushed over. "What exactly is a ranch?" asked Diego, one of the paleontologists. "About 3 hours west of here," the gaucho told him. The two scientists glanced at one another. It's not going to focus here, is it? They knew that land was home to some large areas of rocks formed over 100 million years ago, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth. "Much bigger?" the other paleontologist, Jose, repeated. "How much bigger could it possibly be? Can I come see?" Anyway, and so they later go up and dig up this animal. We'll be talking about this extensively in a few minutes. But, come on, camera. This is ridiculous. Basura. Garbage camera here. Oh, my goodness. This is not focusing properly. Anyway, excellent children's book, Titanosaur. Discovering the world's largest dinosaur. One of the world's largest dinosaurs. Jury is still kind of out on that one, you know? But yeah. Yeah. But this is something that's happened again and again and again, especially in Argentina, but also here in the United States, in China, in Mongolia, in Canada, in other parts of the world. Farmers, or hikers, or ranchers, or shepherds, or bird watchers, hunters, sightseers, lots of people will discover important dinosaur fossils. And then they go to a museum and they tell a paleontologist about it. Hopefully with photographs. Or with, GPS data too. And then paleontologists go investigate, and it turns out to be something really, really important. Yeah.
Argentinosaurus huincalensis.
Yeah.
The town where it was found.
Plaza Huincal is where it's from.
66 million years ago.
Yeah.
Near the end of the Cretaceous period.
There we
it
go.
Was a colossus in a family of giants. They're called sauropods. Lizardfoot. Four-legged plant eaters with long necks and long tails.
Look at that 1990s CGI.
The size of 30 elephants.
Holy cow.
They're the largest animals to ever walk the earth.
Yep. And the longest animals ever. Yeah.
Korea is the first paleontologist to unearth.
Whoa. Was that an armadillo running across there? What was that? What was that critter?
Korea is the first.
Yeah, un armadillo. Armadillo, right there. Watch it run! Go, 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 armadillo! Backwards. And forwards. They're surprisingly fast. Yeah, armadillo.
Paleontologist to unearth Argentinosaurus.
It's booking indeed, Clairberg.
In every sense,
yeah.
His find is big. And digging it up raises big problems.
Oh, yeah.
About
this may still be the biggest dinosaur yet found. I mean, Argentinosaurus is hard to dislodge from that title. It's a truly, truly large dinosaur. one of the very biggest.
Yards from the first discovery, Korea noticed the outline of a rib bone on the ground. Since rib bones are connected to backbones, Korea figured that somewhere underground there might be a vertebra.
Cosmos, what are you talking about? What kind of language is that, Cosmos?
Bone he found, Korea calculated how large Argentinosaurus must have been.
I'm a dingus. Everybody here knows that. I've got no illusions about this.
Working back down, he estimated the size of a vertebra, then began to excavate. To avoid hitting the fossil, he dug a hole 3 times as large.
This is how we do it.
Is lucky. This will be the 12th bone he's found. Signs of still more lie scattered around, more plentiful than the time and money to dig them up.
Holy cow, is that... The dinosaur bones are more plentiful than the time and money to dig them up. Isn't that a quote for the ages? Holy cow. Oh boy. That really captures it right there. There are more dinosaur fossils out there in the world than there are paleontologists to dig them up, or the time to do it, or especially the funding that we get for this. You know?
Signs of still more lie scattered around.
Yeah.
More plentiful than the time and money to dig them up.
Yep. Yeah. You know, I would love to live in a world where resources were distributed more equitably, you know? Where everybody who wanted to have the chance to go out and dig up a dinosaur was able to do so, you know? Shoot, I would love to be able to lead a crew of enthusiastic volunteers and have the money to feed them and to buy supplies and to dig up thousands of dinosaur fossils in a summer, because it's not like these things are particularly rare. We've got accumulations of thousands of dinosaur bones in certain places. I would love to be able to do that, but we just don't live in that world, you know? We live in a world where wealth is hoarded at the top. So anyway, I would love to be able to take every member of chat here out on an expedition to go out and dig up dinosaur fossils. And pay them for their trouble, you know? A reasonable rate. But that's not the world that we live in, unfortunately. A better world is possible, you know? But it's not the one that's here now.
This will be the 12th bone he's found. Signs of still more lie scattered around, more plentiful than the time and money to dig them up.
Yeah. And holy cow, Matt M33. Uh-oh, brace for impact here. Oh. Thank you, Matt.
Matt M33 just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Matt M33. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you more than you know. Thanks to your support, 5 people in chat, including Og the Enigma, Eon Prism, Punch Buggy, Potaster, and Mirgle Schmiegel. Will no longer have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to your generosity, Matt M33. Thank you for your support. And that was a near miss there, SB Harkin. Thanks to Matt M33. Yeah. Thank you, Matt. You know how grateful I am for your support. Thank you for that. Excellent. Yeah. We've been talking a lot about funding today, and thank you for helping fund me. Appreciate you, Matt. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. It is it's a thing of beauty. And Laconic Bites, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good stuff. Yeah. And we are over halfway to our sub goal for the day. Lenina, correct as usual. Good stuff. Yeah. And Kepper67, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Kepper says... Oop, it's falling over. Yeah. There we go. Kepper says, just joined today. Twitch recommended this channel to me. A rare case of gold recommendation. Big salute to Twitch. Welcome, welcome, Kepper. Salute to you. And look at this bird celebrating these 10 gift subs. Uh-oh, that might be... I think that might be more than this Tinimu bird is rated for. Uh-oh. Get out of there. It's gonna blow. Shoot.
Laconic Bites is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Laconic Bites. Holy cow. Don't worry about that bird. I'm sure she'll be fine.
Cheers, thumbs.
Thank you, Laconic Bites, for those 10 gift subs. Holy cow. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that more than you know, Laconic Bites. Thank you. There's now 10 people in chat who will not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. They get an ad-free science outreach experience thanks to you, Laconic Bites. So thank you very kindly for that. And we're only 12 gift subs away from our goal for the day. Indeed, Lenina. Indeed. Good stuff. Yeah, Gimplague.
It's Marvin! Your cousin, Marvin Barry!
Has helped.
That new sound you looking for? Well, listen to this!
Has helps. Thank you for that raid. How was your stream? I hope it was good. You're playing The Sims 3. Wow. I hope your Sims were all simulated well, and that they didn't get eaten by dinosaurs. Especially plant-eating dinosaurs. If your Sims were eaten by plant-eating dinosaurs.
Here's
Blake the
Monkey
Snake.
Bezos Bucks hand hello.
Thank you, Blake. Really appreciate that. Thank you for those 3 months of support, Blake. Thank you kindly. Lovely.
Kepper67 gifted a tier 1 sub to go for.
And thank you, Kepper, for that gift sub there. Holy cow, we're only 11 away now, it seems. Thank you, Kepper. Holy cow. You just got here, didn't you? Thank you. I appreciate that tremendously. Thank you for your generosity, your support of science outreach here on Twitch. Good stuff. Very good stuff. And thank you for those Bezos bucks, Blake the Snake. For any of you who are not aware, if you happen to be subscribed to Amazon Prime...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Desmodus, thank you for those 100 bits. Appreciate that very much. I, for instance, am subscribed to Amazon Prime. Most of us are nowadays, right? Amazon bought Twitch a number of years ago. So Twitch is now under the umbrella of Amazon, but that comes with its perks. If you are subscribed to Amazon Prime, you get 1 free Amazon Twitch Prime sub every month. And you get to spend it on your favorite Twitch streamer. Or, alternatively, you can spend it here on me. And thank you, Lenina, for that gift sub there. Beautiful. We're only 10 away now. Look at that. So yeah. Yeah. And Hez helps. Is it A? Hez helps or something to do with that? A, Canada? There you go. Hez helps. Yes. Oh, Hez helps. There you go. We love our Canadians here on Paleontologizing. Yeah. Oh, boy. Let's see. Use Twitch Prime sub. Subscribe to a Twitch channel using Prime Gaming. Even though I'm not really playing any games here, you can still use your Twitch Prime sub to subscribe and support me in my science outreach endeavors on Twitch. There's some instructions on how to do that. So yeah, it doesn't cost you a dime, but it makes a big difference for me. So if you happen to be subscribed to Amazon Prime, there's some instructions on how to do that. Yeah. And thank you so much for that level 3 hype train, everybody. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Good stuff. Let's get back to our video about sauropods here, the largest of the dinosaurs. And let's talk about Argentinosaurus, which very well might have been the largest dinosaur that we found thus far. Here we go.
More plentiful than the time and money to dig them up.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
This rock might contain a bone, or a fragment, or nothing at all.
Hey, Christie's, thank you.
After 3 days of digging, Rodolfo Correa...
A real mitzvah there, Christie's. A real mitzvah. Thank you for your continued support, Christie's. I appreciate you.
It's paleo pay dirt.
Yeah. Oh, good stuff.
We have found part of the bone that we have inside the block. If we consider the position of the rib, of the mold of the rib that we have here, the vertebrate, if it is a dorsal vertebrate, is showing in this direction with the posterior part of it over here, and the anterior part of the vertebrate.
Oh boy! So this is a thing. This is worthy of comment right here. Back when I worked at Museum of the Rockies, you know, my boss was Jack Horner there at MOR. And later on in my tenure at Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana, there was an audio tour that they created for the museum where you'd go to the front desk, you'd pay a couple of dollars, they'd give you like a little headset, you know, earphones like that, and a little MP3 player, an iPod Nano or something like that. And you'd carry it around, and you'd type little, you know, numbers in, and then you'd go throughout the exhibits, and you would hear the voice of my old boss, Jack Horner, talking about the dinosaurs that you'd see in the dinosaur hall there. And some friends of mine said that that was the first time they'd ever heard Jack Horner talk about sauropod dinosaurs, these long-necked, long-tailed, plant-eating dinosaurs. The first time they'd ever heard Jack talk about sauropods without just cussing up a storm, just swearing left and right. Because sauropod dinosaurs are big. Very, very big. They're like too big. And they are a pain in the rear to dig up. All of this right here might be one vertebra that you see right here. One vertebra, one bone from, for instance, the back, if it's a dorsal vert. You might spend weeks of time digging up one bone. We have whole dinosaurs that are much smaller than this, where you could dig up an entire skeleton, maybe of a new species, in a couple weeks' time. But instead, with a sauropod, you spend several weeks digging up one vertebra, you know? And that is... Sauropods are difficult. They are difficult animals. They are not easy to work on. I mean, even if you get them out of the ground safely and manage to transport them back to the museum, once you get them there, it takes forever to prepare a single vertebra like this. And then it takes so much space when you have to store it. So I don't know. Jack used to get mad when people would find new sauropod specimens. He's like, how am I gonna find space for this? You know, these animals are incredible, and that they're the largest animals that ever walked the earth. They're the longest animals that ever lived. But man, are they a pain in the neck to dig up, to prepare, to store, and to study, for that matter. You know? They are so cool, Lenina. They are so cool, but man, are they a major pain. Holy mow. Holy cow. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. And welcome, Super Santa Sammy. Pepega, indeed. How are you doing? Welcome, Super Santa Sammy. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So digging up large vertebrae fossils makes your back sore? Yes, indeed, Musaica. Yes, indeed. Don't even get me started. I've never actually dug up a sauropod, but I've dug up other big dinosaurs, Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus, you know, etc. And man, is it, yeah.
And the dorsal part of the vertebrae over there.
Here we go. That's a human vertebra right there. So here, let's take a minute and let's like, for lack of a better term, let's meditate on this idea here. So take your hand, your right or your left hand. I'm not kidding. Try this right now. Take your hand and run it along your back. You can feel some little lumps along your back right here. Those are the tops of your vertebrae. Can you hear me right now? Your vertebrae run up and down your spine right there. That's what you see right here. That bump that you feel along your back, that's the top of, in humans, we call it the spinous process. In dinosaurs and just about every other animal, we call it the neural spine right there. That's what you're feeling. And your spinal cord runs through this little hole right here. And that's your vertebral centrum. Those are your transverse processes and the zygapophyses right there. This is a human vertebra right here. All right. You got that? This is the front. That's the back over there. This is where your spinal cord runs through. Now let's compare this to the vertebra of one of these big sauropod dinosaurs, for instance.
A human vertebra is only 3 inches high. A single backbone of Argentinosaurus is 20 times bigger, 5 feet tall. Korea estimates the entire beast was 130 feet long.
Holy cow! Look at that! Just try and imagine that for a second, you know? Human vertebra, that's one of your vertebrae right there. And you know, members of chat can tell you how much it can hurt if one of those goes awry, if you slip a disc or something like that. If you've ever had back problems, you know what that can be like. Just that little thing can cause you that much pain. And it might cause you pain to dig up the vertebra of a sauropod like this, which is over 20 times larger. Holy cow.
And 80 feet high. So far, Korea has dug up 7 vertebrae. In all, Argentinosaurus had about 50 or 60. Unlike any other dinosaur, the vertebrae of Argentinosaurus interlock in a rigid spine. Flexibility was sacrificed for strength to support such a long neck and tail.
There you
Perhaps a stiff backbone is the key to the beast's great size.
That's one of the keys. Also a hollow vertebrae, hollow bones, unique avian respiratory system, etc., etc. But yeah, longer than any known blue whale. Blue whale eats your heart out. This is like twice the size of your average blue whale. Your average blue whale is what, like 60 feet long? This animal is like easily 130 feet long. Yeah. Yeah!
1, 2, 3, 4.
You can see when you're digging up the one single vertebra of one of these animals, you could very easily damage your own vertebrae and your own back. Oh my goodness. There he goes. It's going. It's going. Ah. Oh man. Yeah.
But Korea's work has just begun.
Yep.
He now has a 3-ton mystery on his hands. Once
Holy
back
cow.
in his lab, he'll begin to carefully chip away at the rock in hopes of...
And holy cow, this thing is so honkin' big that they don't even bother putting a plaster jacket on it. I mean, because that would make it too heavy. It would probably be too heavy for even this crane truck thing that they have right here. They don't even bother putting burlap and plaster around it. That, to me, is nuts. I've never worked on a dinosaur fossil this big. That's crazy.
Finding another piece.
Insane.
The Earthshaker Argentinosaurus.
Yeah.
A puzzle that took a few days to uncover may take a few months to unlock.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Holy cow. Ah.
While Korea pieces together Argentinosaurus one bone at a time, another paleontologist is truly looking at the big picture.
Wonderful callback here just earlier in today's stream. Many of you were here for this earlier in the stream. We were talking about Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah. And, here we go. We were talking about this guy. This is a character in that movie. Yeah.
See that distinctive dome skull? 9 inches of solid bone.
So this is kind of a parody of Bob Bacher, the paleontologist who appeared in this movie, 1997, The Lost World, Jurassic Park. Yeah. Yeah. Here's the actual guy right here. Bob Bacher. I've met Bob Bacher on a number of occasions, and he's an interesting guy, for sure. Yeah.
Bob Bacher wants to show the world just how big is. To do that, he's going to great lengths.
Sauropod dinosaurs are the most gigantic biological machines ever to have walked the Earth. They're stupendous. What we're going to do with this ladder and the building behind me is go to grips with stupendousness. What does it mean? How did they deal with it? How did they solve its problems?
I kind of love this right here. This, to me, is brilliant. I remember seeing this as a child and being blown away by this. This just absolutely blew my mind. I can't even tell you, chat. Holy cow, I thought this was the coolest thing ever. And, oh yeah. Yeah. What a neat idea here. Oh, and then we're cutting away to something else here. Here, take a look.
Zoologist McNeil Alexander of the University of Leeds in England is also studying the size of the supergiants, but he's taking another approach. To determine just how heavy the sauropods were, he's conducting an unusual experiment.
We've only got bones of fossil dinosaurs, so there's no point weighing them. But we can work out how heavy real dinosaurs were by using models.
This model sauropod is 50 times smaller than the real thing. By dunking it and measuring the amount of water displaced, Alexander can calculate the weight of the beast itself.
So this is actually, that was the basis of my, was it 6th grade science fair project? Dunking plastic dinosaur models in water like this to measure their displacement. This is what I did back in 6th grade for my 6th grade science fair project, and I ended up getting second place in the tournament. The girl that I had a searing crush on in 6th grade, she ended up getting first place, but honestly, her project wasn't nearly as good. She did a thing on magnets and like, anyway. This is a like real scientific method right here, and I may or may not be gearing up to do a similar project for actual scientific publication in the next couple of years. So, yeah. Anyway, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. And second place, clearly this was an error, says Hennies. I mean, that's the thing, is that, shoot, when it actually came to the science fair, when, like, you know, everybody came to visit, and students and parents and everybody were there, I had, like, a video that went along with mine that my dad helped me put together. And, yeah, mine just absolutely blew hers out of the water. And, anyway, it was pretty cool. And this is a methodology that I helped establish back then, which is still in use today. So, I don't know. I'm going to be working on that. And, yeah. I remember the teacher who ended up giving her first place. I didn't see this teacher for the whole evening. He, like, didn't show her face. She was clearly very, very embarrassed. That, anyway. Yeah. It was a thing. It was a thing. But yeah. Yeah. And Jody Fish says, I remember my first grade science fair. Mine was in 6th grade. But yeah. Jody Fish says, I got 3rd place for a rock collection and labeling. Cool. My best friend got 2nd place for a dinosaur menagerie. Dinosaur fossils or dinosaur toys there, Jody Fish? Probably dinosaur toys, right? Yeah. Cool. At least you had actual specimens there, Jody Fish. Your friend just had dinosaur toys. I don't know. Yeah. And was it a volcano? I didn't have a volcano, Hades. No. No. And it was drawings and diagrams. He did them himself. Oh, okay. Oh, cool, Jody Fish. Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So back then... Do I still have this? I do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here is... Back in 6th grade, I had this book, Dinosaurs, the Textbook by Spencer Lucas, who is now a colleague of mine. This is the 2nd edition of Dinosaurs, the Textbook. This is a college-level textbook that I was reading when I was in 6th grade. And, in this textbook... Come on, camera. There you go. Thank you, camera. Good. Yeah. In this textbook, which I read cover to cover when I was in 6th grade, I found a really, really interesting diagram that piqued my interest, and I knew instantly that this is what I would do a project on. Where did it go? Do I have a... Here, give me a second here. Let me find it. But this became the impetus for my project. My 6th grade science fair project. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Your own estimates of dinosaur weights. Yeah. And this piece of this college textbook became, holy cow, really, really important to that project. And this is how we used to estimate the weights of different dinosaurs. Nowadays, a lot of people use computers. But I believe something has been lost. And shoot. There's a sticky note right there. A post-it note in 6th grade handwriting. From me, from 6th grade, right there. Ankylosaurus. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Little piece of paleontologizing history there for you. You know? Anyway. Good stuff. And don't you have the right materials to get the density right? Like plastic wouldn't work, I think. Well, it's all about... it's not about density. I mean, you measure water displacement with solid models, and then you compare that. You use a numeric coefficient to get the density correct. And yeah, it's a whole thing. I think they might actually mention that in here. Here we go. Yeah.
He's conducting an unusual experiment.
We've only got bones of fossil dinosaurs, so there's no point weighing them. But we can work out how heavy real dinosaurs were by using models.
This model sauropod is 50 times smaller than the real thing. By dunking it and measuring the amount of water displaced, Alexander can calculate the weight of the beast itself. He estimates Argentinosaurus weighed between 80 and 100 tons.
Holy cow.
Potential to be a whole lot bigger.
Probably less than that, because the numeric coefficient that he's using to actually calculate the density of this animal, he might have a fairly decent idea of the volume, but the density is a different thing entirely. And these animals were full of air, just like modern birds are. And so that's almost certainly an overestimate of how much this animal would have weighed.
If you're going to be big, you need thick legs to support your weight.
Yeah.
And if you look at modern animals, a gazelle has thin legs, an elephant has thick legs. Make this animal's legs thicker, and eventually they're going to touch. That limit would probably be reached when this beast got to about 400 tons.
Yeah.
A 400-ton animal would be about the size of a 747.
Shoot.
Argentinosaurus reached only 1/4 that size.
Yeah.
Something kept it from getting bigger. Nature. The larger the animal, the more land it needs. A creature that got too big would eat its way into extinction.
And also, its legs would be so big to support its weight that they would brush up against each other and they'd be too big to move. Do I have that book? I don't. Do I? Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find this. Is this one of the ones that I got rid of? I think it probably is. Shoot. Let me see if I can find this. You know, now that I'm making enough money to survive on. Let me me see if I can find this on Thrift Books and get myself a copy, because this would be a useful thing to have. Book of Life with Stephen Jay Gould. Oh boy. See all 8 editions, hardcover. Let's try hardcover. Nope, not available. Very good condition, $8.29. Let's add that to cart and let's buy it. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Good stuff. This will be worth it. Go, use the MasterCard. Order review. Oh. There we go. Man, I'm spending money on this stream. But I'll be able to show this to you the next time that I have to talk about this thing. $10 for a book that was important to my development as a paleontologist. A fair price to pay. A fair price to pay. There you go. Nice. Yeah, it'll be here in about a week or so. And I'm buying books for me, Gojira, books that I used to have. Back when I lived in Montana, I had a whole, 2 bookcases and change of various books on evolutionary biology and paleontology. And when I moved back to California, I had to leave most of those in Montana when I left. It was heartbreaking. So I'm just kind of repurchasing the books that I used to have. You know? Back when I lived in Montana, I lived with 3 other paleontologists. For the last couple of years that I lived there, I lived with 3 other paleontologists in a basement apartment on South 9th Street in Bozeman, Montana. And I had 2 gorgeous bookcases. Kind of like this, just filled, overflowing with different books about paleontology, evolutionary biology, etc. And we would stay up long into the night and have long, profound conversations about the origin of life on Earth, or the nature of speciation, or, morphological versus, other forms of, species definitions and stuff like this. And I would be able to pull all of these books off the shelf and be like, hey, this is what I remember from this, and here's that. Here's a cool illustration, a diagram from this book. And I'm still kind of rebuilding that in the time since. I moved away from Montana back in 2018, and I'm still rebuilding my book collection. So, yeah. Yeah. My people, too, Lenina. Yes. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So, yeah, the Paleontologist Party Pad. Yeah, we used to have some pretty cool get-togethers there in that house. It was pretty great. Yeah. Why didn't I pack them up? Because I came by air back to California. I flew in an aeroplane. And I had maybe 2 books with me on the plane. My girlfriend at the time happened to be driving from Montana out to California, and she brought maybe about 100 pounds of books with her at the time, and bless her for doing that. Holy cow. I am eternally grateful. So a number of these books that I have here are books that I brought with me, but most of them I had to leave. So yeah, books are very heavy. Good bad, Eric. Yeah. 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 And Gojira says, my god, man, it was Montana, buy a used car for $500. That's the thing, Gojira. That's the thing, is that used cars in Montana cost about 5 times as much than they do in California. You should have seen Craigslist in Montana. You know, my dad used to joke about this. Montana has so few people that all of the items are much more expensive. So my dad used to joke about this. He'd say, Mijo, I was looking at Craigslist in Bozeman, and it would say, used toilet seat, left side, badly damaged, spray painted, odd color, $79, or best offer. You know, in small rural states like Montana, things cost more money because there's fewer people around. Cars cost a lot more money in Montana than they do in a place like California, where you have many more cars, you know? If I were to buy my current car that I own right now, I've got a Prius here in California. I paid less than $5,000 for it. If I were to buy that in Montana, it'd probably be $8,000 or $9,000. You know? So yeah. Yeah. That's just how it goes, you know? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's get back to our sauropod video here. Let's talk about these super big dinosaurs. And, yeah. And Hanny's, I did outfit the... Hanny's, I know, is joking right here. I did actually outfit the Prius for off-roading. It's got a lift. It's got off-road tires. It's got metal skid plates to protect the underside. I legitimately have an off-road Prius. There's actually a company in Northern California called Prius Off-Road. Yeah. There we go. Prius lift kits. Yeah, good stuff. Prius Off-Road. So yeah, everyone knows that the Toyota Prius is, without question, the best vehicle ever produced by human beings. The Toyota Prius, you know, I'm sorry, facts are facts. The Toyota Prius, by far, the greatest vehicle ever produced by humankind. And, yeah. This is what I drive, and I swear by it. I've never had a better vehicle than this. I've had Toyota FJ Cruisers, I've had a Suzuki Samurai, I've driven big gnarly off-road vehicles. Nothing has ever been better than the humble Toyota Prius. So yeah. Yeah. So anyway, the best vehicle ever produced. PriusOffroad.com. This is where I got the lift kit for my Prius. So it's got a lift on it, and it's got off-road tires nowadays. And, yeah. And if you doubt me about this... the Toyota Prius is the best apocalypse vehicle. Yes, indeed. Range, capability, and durability make a car we typically don't think about into the perfect solution. You know what? The film Mad Max Fury Road is a masterpiece. One of my favorite movies. Excellent, excellent film. Mad Max Fury Road. Wonderful, wonderful film. It's a real shame that they don't show more. That I didn't see a single Toyota Prius in that. You know? Because it just makes sense. Yeah. So this author says, blame it on Mad Max or The Road or The Walking Dead. I spent some time mulling over the idea of what makes the best apocalypse vehicle. I've come to the conclusion that that good end of civilization transport needs 3 things. It needs range, capability, and durability. Naturally, that led me to the usual suspects, from Jeep Wranglers. The Jeep Wrangler that's dead in the water. No thanks. Mercedes-Benz G-Wagons, terrible mileage on those. Non-starter. To 4-wheel drive Cummins-powered pickups and Chevy Suburbans with massive 40-gallon fuel tanks. Again, terrible reliability. Those things are always breaking down. Now, I'm not so sure that any of those are the right fit. After a few days of social distancing, I'm starting to think the lowly Toyota Prius is the world's best apocalypse vehicle. Yeah. Yeah. The current Prius has an 11.3 gallon fuel capacity at an EPA-rated 50 mpg highway, which is around what I typically get with my Gen 2 Prius. They can cover an astonishing 565 miles on a single tank of gasoline. Oh boy. Anyway, I'll just give you the link for this. You can read it in full if you would like. But yeah, the Prius, holy cow. I've driven this thing across the United States. I've taken it out into the field. I've dug dinosaurs with the Toyota Prius, and I will be doing so again this next summer. There is no better vehicle that I can think of. Holy cow. Is it an S-tier vehicle? So yeah. How many sauropod vertebrae can I get in one? At least several, Musaica.
Were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Executive Storm, thank you.
No.
32 months from Executive Storm. Holy cow. There's a reason you've got a founder badge there, Executive Storm. Thank you for your ongoing support. That means so much to me. It really does. Yeah. Good stuff. And which is the best Prius, though? I have a Gen 2 Prius. The non-plug-in kind. Someday, I would like to aspire to be able to afford a plug-in Prius where I won't have to pay for gas at all. Unless I drive long distances. But the old Gen 2 Prius from, what, 2004 to 2009, I think? That has a reputation for being the most reliable vehicle on the road, bar none. More reliable than a Honda Civic, more reliable than a Toyota Corolla, more reliable than an Accord, or an Avalon, or what's the one that's bigger than a Corolla? The Toyota Corolla? Camry. More reliable than a Camry, even. Holy cow. The Generation 2 Toyota Prius. World class. Top tier. I have literally never had a mechanical problem with my Corolla. Or, excuse me, with my Prius. Lagisaudio, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Glad to make your acquaintance. Thanks for following. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Prius is quietly chugging along for 800,000 miles. Mine's got something close to that, Rex Cool Guy. Yeah. It's a real beast. It really is. So yeah. Anyway. And everyone knows the most superior vehicle is the Canyonero, says Musaica. Oh no. What have you prompted here, Musaica? Oh boy. Kind of a parody of modern SUVs. Why is it taking so long to load? It is 6 yards long and 2 lanes wide. It's 65 tons of American pride. There, Rex Cool Guy. Yes, indeed. Come on. Is our internet slowed to a crawl? What's up with this? Why is it not loading? Oh, boy. Let's just watch this one. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, no. So I've had big, gnarly off-road vehicles, not quite as ridiculous as that, but, well, shoot, this past summer, you know, we had a Suburban, a Chevy Suburban on our field crew. Yeah, here, let me find Jim's Twitter account. Here we go. Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. And if I scroll down far enough, where's the end key? There it is. Yeah. Then we'll find this. But our Suburban broke down in the field. And it's like, oh, shoot. And we just had one problem after another with this piece of junk. You know, yeah, the Canyon Arrow is basically making fun of vehicles like the Suburban or like the, oh yeah. There's me right there on Jim's timeline. Because I gave Jim this Erlikosaurus skull 3D print. He says, I think I'm in love. Thanks, Danny. He means in love with the Therizinosaur, with the Erlikosaurus. But anyway. No, shoot. There we go. July. Where is us working on the Suburban after it broke down repeatedly? Well, there's me again with the field crew this past summer. Yeah. There's our field crew at the beginning of the summer. There, who's this dingus? Afuera. But here's Jim Kirkland, Ethan Cowgill, Bilal Salel, Don DeBlue, and etc. And yep, thanks to YouTube, got the alternator belt back on, and I had to figure this out. Holy cow, Suburban, what a piece of garbage. This is oh boy. Why does anybody buy these things anymore? Anyway, yeah. And Real Men Grow Beards says SUVs that are exclusively used to take children to school are known as Chelsea tractors in the UK, named for a highly gentrified area of London. Interesting. They're called soccer mom wagons here in the UK. For like moms who take their children to soccer practice, which would be called football practice in the UK. See? Once again, two nations divided by a common language. Real Men Grow Beards, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Excuse me. In the US. I did mean the US. Here in the US. These United States. Yeah. And Laconic Bite says, in Utah, you need them for your 15 kids. That's not even a joke. In Utah, there's a company that takes vehicles like the Chevy Suburban or the Ford Excursion, and they embiggen them, they lengthen them, they turn them into stretch limos. For super big Mormon families. That's totally a thing. But anyway, here's us working on that Suburban, getting this thing up and running again after it broke down. So yeah. Anyway, back to our video here.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet, or the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Okay, Spartan.
Supersized Saurians and SUVs Day Danny.
Thank you, Spartan. Really appreciate your 31 months of support. That is extraordinary. Thank you so much, Spartan. Holy cow, that is a tremendous amount of support. Thank you for helping put food on my table and supporting science outreach here on Twitch for the past 31 months. Long time. Holy cow. Crazy. Yeah. Amazing. And Jody Fish makes a good point there. Going into field camp in 1982, we had 12 1970s Suburbans. How big was your field camp? Holy cow, Jody Fish. And 3 1990s Suburbans. The 1990s were never taken out to the field because they were only meant for on the highway. Yeah, you'd be shocked at how SUVs in the modern day, chat, are only built for highway driving. Many of them are not even body-on-frame construction. They're unibody design, just like a Honda Civic, you know? Not true off-road vehicles. But anyway, let's get back to our sauropods video, shall we?
The land that supports millions of ants won't support even one elephant.
And that means that wherever you find 2 elephants in Africa, you might have been able to fit in a giant sauropod.
2 elephants? Try 10. Oh boy. Back to old Bob Barker, drawing the sauropod on the side of a parking garage. There's that kid skateboarding by going, what is this going on here? Ooh, okay. Part 2. Yeah. And Kennedy says, Danny, are there estimates of daily consumption by mass or calories for sauropods? There are, but the thing is, in order to calculate the number of calories that a dinosaur like this would need to ingest on a daily basis, you need to know a number of different things. You need to know its body mass. You need to know its metabolism. How many calories it's consuming on a daily basis. just to kind of keep itself alive. You need to know its rate of growth. You need to know how, like, how many hours a day it's spending feeding. There's a lot of variables involved with that. And so, honestly, like, our best appraisal for how many calories a dinosaur like this would be ingesting on a daily basis is a lot. It's a lot. A whole lot. Holy cow. Yeah. And Neon Leon. Thank you, Neon Leon. Thank you very, very much for your support there.
N3ONL3 on really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Neon Leon, thank you, thank you. You've gotten us beyond our sub goal for the day. Holy cow, Neon Leon. An Executive Storm. Wait, hang on a minute. Look at this excited bird announcing those new subs. 10 of them. Might be a little too much. Uh-oh.
Executive Storm is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Executive Storm. Neon Leon and Executive Storm, thank you very, very much for your ongoing support. That is tremendous. Holy cow. I don't mean to interrupt. You can interrupt me anytime with some gift subs, Neon Leon. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. That is extraordinary. Neon Leon and Executive Storm. Neon Leon with 5, Executive Storm with 10. There are now 15 people in chat. 15 lucky recipients will no longer have to watch any ads for the next whole month. 30 days. No ads for these lucky folks. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. Thank you for your generosity and your community-mindedness. Please know that it is received with tremendous gratefulness. Gratefulness, gratitude is the word that I'm looking for. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, good stuff. That is truly lovely. Now let's get back to our video here. We gotta bring this back to the beginning. There we go. Because when I was pressing those, see, like that, or that, or that, it skips us around to different parts in the video. So let's go back to the beginning. I'm gonna run to the bathroom again real quick. I'll be right back, okay? Yeah.
From the start, a creature's size is limited by the size of its egg. If a chicken were as big as a sauropod, it would lay an egg the size of a Volkswagen. Yet sauropods laid eggs about the size of a soccer ball.
Sauropod eggs are about the size of this football. So how big a baby can you get in that? Imagine this chap here, fold his tail round, curl his neck round to the size. You could just about get him into an egg this size.
The eggshell itself limited size. Too big, and the egg might collapse under its own weight. Too thick, and the baby might not escape.
Yeah, we've talked about this. We've talked about this many, many times here on this channel. It's astounding that dinosaurs hatched out of an egg no bigger than this, and yet grew to be the largest, longest animals that ever lived. You know, shoot, compare that to a baby whale. A baby blue whale is born and it's already 20 feet long. But a baby Argentinosaurus, or Dreadnoughtus, or Alamosaurus, or Brachiosaurus, other dinosaurs like that, they're born and they're only this big. You know? They're about the size of a human baby. And yet they grow to be the largest animals that ever walked the earth. Truly extraordinary.
Started off no bigger than a soccer ball.
Yeah.
How long did it take to reach the size of a barn?
Closed captions. There we go. Thank you, Executive Storm. I appreciate you.
McNeil Alexander believes that by age 5, a supergiant would have been no bigger than a German Shepherd.
No, it would have been much bigger than that. Holy cow. These animals probably grew much, much faster. At 5 years old? I should ask a paleontologist like Carrie Woodruff, who works on sauropods. And, but yeah, shoot, I would guess a sauropod at age 5 would be like 20 feet long at least. But I don't know, like a diplodocid sauropod with a long neck and a long tail, 20 feet long?
By 15, no bigger than a horse. Argentinosaurus, he says, didn't mature until age 50 or so.
No shot. Holy cow. These dinosaurs were probably sexually mature around age 10 or so, probably reaching full adult size. Or, I don't know, reaching skeletal maturity, probably age 40 at the very latest, I would imagine. Yeah.
Bob Bacher disagrees.
Yeah, there we go.
This is a baby super sauropod. 3 months old, weighed 300 pounds. Now, he had to grow up from this size to this. 15 years old,
Yep.
full adult size, 80 tons. Maximum growth spurt.
It might be a little much. That might be a little much there. I don't know. I think the truth is somewhere here in the middle, but Bob Bacher might be closer to the truth there. These dinosaurs did grow incredibly fast, it seems. You know, Pendrake says, what juvenile specimens of these have been found? Surprisingly few, Pendrake. Yeah. And a better person to answer that question would be Carrie Woodruff. I'm going to see if I can get him on here as an interviewee at some point. But, yeah.
1 ton a month. We know they grew that fast because if you cut these bones and look at them under the microscope, they have an open, fast growth texture.
Yep. There you go. Henny's says, can you imagine hatching an egg and the baby ends up being the size of a Canyonero? Yeah, or 10 times larger than that? Holy cow, Henny's. Unfathomable.
What isn't disputed is why sauropods got so big.
Ah.
There are all sorts of advantages in being big.
Oh, yeah.
One is that you're pretty safe. If you're bigger than the predators, they're going to be a bit scared of you. Another advantage in being big, if you're a plant-eating animal like this, is that you can reach high in the trees where other animals couldn't reach.
Yes,
a
indeed.
Brachiosaurus, he's twice as tall as an adult giraffe. So he can reach really high and eat leaves that no other animal can get at.
Yep. There's Gertie the dinosaur right there. Yeah.
No other animal could put away food like a sauropod. Just how much would depend on whether it was warm-blooded or cold.
If this animal was cold-blooded, it's going to have to eat about half a ton of food a day. If he was warm-blooded, metabolism going ever so much faster, it's going to have to eat 5 or 10 tons a day. Now, think of that little head chomping away 5 or 10 tons of food going in, the food's just going to have to go down that gullet at a fantastic rate. I don't think it's possible.
And that's the thing, is that, A, that's an overestimate of how much food they'd have to eat. 5 or 10 tons per day? 5 or 10,000 kilograms per day. Sorry. That's an overestimate. But we do have evidence that these animals were more or less warm-blooded. Yeah.
Now this is the head of a giant sauropod. This is an intake hose for vegetation. No chewing, just breaking it off, swallowing it 22, 24 hours a day.
Yep.
This is built like a 80,000-pound bird intake hose, a hot-blooded hose.
I think of sauropod dinosaurs as very much the equivalent of the big herbivores of the present time.
No, they chew.
Elephants and giraffes.
Bad analogy. Doesn't work.
Usually quite slowly. Nothing to be afraid of because they're so big. Spending most of their time eating. Quite a dull life, really.
But they stick around and they just chew. And they chew. Birds are dead on. Are you still here? Birds are dead on? Because you made a similar point here earlier, and there's a song that I'd like to pull up. If you happen to still be here, birds are dead on. I know it's been a long time since the beginning of the stream. 5 hours and 18 minutes. But if you are still here, let me know, and we'll play a little song for you. But yeah, anyway, the truth, I think, is somewhere in between this guy and Bob Bacher for how these animals would have lived.
If you were a sauropod, particularly if you were a parent or a newborn, your life would be exciting and light-footed because sauropods weren't big, clunky, solid critters. From the chest right up to the tip of their head, they were full of air.
And he's right about that. Not just from the chest up, but their backs, too, and their tails, they're all full of air. Holy cow.
The whole front end was like a giant turkey neck, very quick-moving and light. And the hind legs had more strength per pound than any living hippo or rhino or elephant. So don't think of a sauropod as an oversized elephant. Think of it as a tremendous turkey.
There you go.
Elephant
Amen to that.
turkey.
Yeah.
Sauropods had a neck like a giraffe, only longer, and a long way for blood to travel.
True.
The neck of
Very true.
Brachiosaurus was 12 feet in length, 2 to 3 times.
Wait. Hang on. What did they say? Not 12 feet. Maybe closer to 12 meters. Like 36 feet. 40 feet. What?
The neck of Argentinosaurus was 12 feet in length.
No. 12 meters. That's totally wrong. It's so much longer than that. 12 feet, that's practically a giraffe neck. Yeah, Gojira makes a good point there. Much longer than that.
3 times longer than a giraffe's. So
a giraffe's neck is already like 10 feet.
How did its heart pump blood to such a distant brain?
Bad error
Some
there.
experts believe sauropods evolved smaller brains or bigger hearts.
Gojira. You know what? I wish we could switch to metric here, Gojira.
And iguanodon.
And sincerely sarcastic, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here.
The pressure involved is twice the pressure needed to...
And Polyhedron, yes, that wasn't Voyager. Who is that? Was that Viking? Who ended up being destroyed because of the conversion rate? Oh boy. Inform me, Polyhedron. I want to hear about it. Oh yeah.
Drives blood round a giraffe. I'd be tempted to say that these animals simply couldn't have pumped blood around with normal sorts of hearts. If I hadn't seen a giraffe, I'd tell you that giraffes were physiologically impossible.
Yeah, but they are. Get used to it. Oh boy.
If these animals had huge brains like a giraffe, there is no way they could pump enough blood up into their head. But They don't have huge brains. They had brains as small as a cocktail weenie.
And, you know, Bob Bacher, as corny as he might be, he's correct about this. Sauropods had very, very small brains, and this is not, believe me, this is not some sort of disadvantage that they had. This is not some sort of curse that they are bestowed with. Having a small brain for an animal like this, it's got a 30 or 40 foot long neck. This is not a disadvantage. This is a beautiful evolutionary adaptation that these animals had. With this head that's so distant from the heart, you know, having a very large brain would kill these animals. Instead, they evolved a very small, very efficient kind of brain like this, which allowed them to get so gargantuan. So Bob Bacher, totally right about this.
They had brains as small as a cocktail weenie.
Yep, there you go. Yeah.
Big-brained or big-hearted, Argentinosaurus can at least lay claim to one indisputable title. It's the largest dinosaur ever found.
And that title might still be true today. Argentinosaurus very well might be the largest dinosaur that we have today, you know?
Or is it?
Yeah. Oh boy. We're gonna get an Amphicelius here? Oh boy.
Somewhere under the
landscape
of Garden Park, Colorado, may lie a set of record-breaking bones. Dr. Kenneth Carpenter of the Denver Museum of Natural
Ken
History
Carpenter.
is on the trail of a dinosaur and a legend, a giant to dwarf all giants. In 1878,
Ooh, who can tell me who this paleontologist is right here? I'm glad I paused it before the closed captions gave it away. Which paleontologist is this, chat? Does anybody know? Ooh. Good question here. Let me know, chat. Who is this? Anybody know? Gary Oldman? Lenina? Come on. Not Colonel Sanders, Laconic Bites. Not Bacher's grandfather. Not Kenneth Branagh. Nope. Nope. Kennedy.
That belongs in a museum.
Kennedy got it right. Good for you, Kennedy. Take a look.
paleontologist Edward Drinker Cope
Edward Drinker Cope. He was sworn enemy of Othniel Charles Marsh, Mr. Charles, yes. Yes. Well, yeah.
bone 3 to 4 feet long and 143 million years old in the sediments of Garden Park near Colorado Springs. It was a badly damaged vertebra from the trunk just in front of the hips. Cope named the creature Amphicelius fragilimus.
Oh boy. So let me just tell you here, there's going to be a whole bunch of brouhaha made over Amphicelius fragilimus. And the thing is, Cope and the other paleontologist that he was engaged in an intense rivalry with, Othniel Charles Marsh, these two guys went all over the American West digging up different dinosaurs and other, ancient vertebrate animals. And they made... They were each competing to publish the most number of species to their own names as quickly as possible. And they made a great deal of mistakes that we are still trying to clear up to this very day. They made a huge mess that is still being mopped up even right now in the year 2023. Amphicelius is one of these. So it seems that, like, when Cope published this, he made some mistakes. There were some typos in the manuscript that made the vertebra seem much taller than it actually was. And that's initially what this all stems from. So yeah.
This one bone, if it had been complete, would have been over 8.5 feet tall. This one bone indicates a dinosaur that was easily in excess of 150 to 170 feet in length. It probably weighed in excess of 100 tons, and it was certainly the largest dinosaur that we yet know, larger than Ultrasaurus or Seismosaurus. And I'm hoping to find more of this animal somewhere in this vicinity.
Good luck, Ken Carpenter. So again, this came out in... some enterprising person in chat can look this up. When did the Earthshakers episode of Paleo World premiere? I'm going to guess around 2000, 2001, something like that. Anyway, nobody's ever found any more of this animal since then. And, yeah, probably because it was a result of a goof. The animal never actually really existed at that scale, you know?
To fund his digs, Cope sold many of his fossils to the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Somewhere in transit between Colorado and Manhattan, the only piece of Amphicoelius was lost. To this day, it has...
And Machi, it wouldn't have been 1995. It would have been later than that, I presume. I don't think Paleo World premiered until like 1998 or 9, right?
And turned up.
Yeah.
The Earthshaker Amphicoelius survives only in the imagination.
How do you lose a specimen that size? It may have completely crumbled. But Machi's got a link. Let's take a look at this. Earthshakers. $1995. Is that right? Holy cow. Machi. Holy moly. Really, really? Release date 1995, United States. Well. Color me surprised. From IMDb. Susan Ray. Who is that? Wait, what? Season 2, Episode 3. Wait, hang on. This might not be right. Star Sharks, Loch Ness Secret, Baby Monsters, Valley of Venom, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Killer Raptors. Troodon, Portrait of a Killer, 1997. Were there that many seasons of Paleo World? Holy cow. Crocodiles, Dawn of the Cats, Amber Hunters, Dinos in the Snow, Flesh on the Bone, Ape Man, Early Bird Season 2, 1995, Earthshakers. There it is right there, Machi. Machi, holy cow. There you go. Nicely done. 1995. Wow. Well, in the 28 years since this premiered, 27 to 28 years since this premiered, nobody's ever found any more pieces of Amphicoelius fragilis. And the original specimen was so badly damaged that it probably was thrown away after arriving in New York City. So yeah.
The only piece of Amphicoelius was lost.
Yep.
To this day, it hasn't turned up.
Nope.
The Earthshaker Amphicoelius survives only in the imagination.
Yes, indeed. Probably because it was a typo. Are there any ways to stabilize delicate fossils before moving or making a jacket? Yes, we use what we call Vinac, polyvinyl acetate glue, to keep fossils from crumbling. It's a like plastic and acetone based glue that we use, that we drip bits of glue onto the fossil, and then the acetone kind of carries the plastic into the interior of the bone, It solidifies, the acetone evaporates, and the thing is left solid. Big Cannonball 69, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Thank you for following. Welcome, welcome. So yeah. Yeah. And they apply it with a super high-tech device, too. There you go, Plockman's mustard. Yes, a Plockman's mustard bottle is what we often use. At least at my old museum where I was trained, we use this extremely high-tech piece of machinery right here. Here we go. Take a look.
Right now. A local high school science teacher.
Oh, who's this dingus?
About 35 years ago, and told the Reddings they were sitting.
And there is this piece of extremely specialized, extremely expensive, high-profile piece of machinery here. Holy cow! Look at that.
A dinosaur boneyard. So the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property.
It's literally a mustard bottle. Yeah. This is the piece of equipment that we use to put glue under our fossils. Yeah. Ultra Tech, Gojira. Yes, indeed. Yeah. How long does training take to use one of those? At least several seconds, Birds are Dead On. Yeah. And welcome back, Birds are Dead On. It's so good to have you here. Holy cow. Wait, you were commenting earlier on how it would be lovely to be a sauropod dinosaur. Let me show you a... Do I wash my hands with Gojo soap? Occasionally, Gojira. That's the orange scented stuff, right? The orange stuff with the little abrasive things in it. Yeah, little Tobo. I used to have a thing of that. I never brought it into the field, but I had it in my workshop. Yeah. Anyway, Plockman's mustard. What a precise and highly technical piece of equipment here.
Dinosaur boneyard. So the Reddings invited top paleontologists to their property. And
yeah. Holy moly.
Dinosaur boneyard. So
good stuff. Good stuff. Now, hang on a minute. Birds of Dead On, you're back here. Birds of Dead On, you today mentioned that you thought it would be lovely to be a sauropod dinosaur, right? The lifestyle that these animals had? I was right enough? I agree, and we even have a little song about that. Let me see if I can find that for you. Where did that go? I'm gonna start Mongolian throat singing here. Excuse me. Is it here?
Mesospondylus.
I think it's here.
Volcanodon. Plateosaurus. Brachiosaurus. Cetiosaurus. Brachiosaurus.
Brachiosaurus.
Apatosaurus.
Mamanchisaurus.
Diplodocus. Supersaurus.
A crocodile.
You know them all personally so much better than I do. Which of the dinosaurs is your favorite?
Well, since you ask, I must admit, I've always had a bit of a soft spot for the plodders, the brontosaurs. They've always seemed to me to be exactly what a dinosaur should be.
Sauropods.
Rushing about, just slow and stately, plodding from one place to another. And for someone like me, who can barely reach more than 3 feet off the ground, just imagine the kind of view you'd get if you were a giant brontosaurus. Yes, that's the dinosaur I'd like to be. If I had been born a dinosaur.
Birds of Dead On, thinking the same thing here.
The most gigantic size.
Yeah, this is right up your alley, Birds of Dead On.
All as wide as a house I would be, but I'd be quite gentle and live peacefully if I were a dinosaur rather than me.
Yeah. And Ragnarocker, we talked about that earlier. How the JP Brachiosaurus is giraffe type. Yeah.
A dinosaur, my neck would be extremely long. Eat leaves from very high trees.
Yeah.
Well as small plants on the ground near my knees.
Near your knees. There you go. Not a sauropod footprint, though. That's a tridactyl print like a theropod or an ornithopod. Wrong kind of print. Sauropod prints don't look like this. Completely wrong. But, you know, yeah.
Well, as you can see, despite all my high-flying ideas, I've had to come down to Earth again. Mind you, it is a very special kind of Earth because it was here, in this Sussex quarry, just an hour or so's journey from London, that the first dinosaur to be identified by man was found. That's because...
Yes, and we'll be talking about that on Friday, so I'm glad that we had that little interlude right there. But yeah, the tone of the song is perfect and all. Yeah, that tempo. Oh, to be a sauropod dinosaur, to just live slowly, just eating plants, going about your daily life. What an idyllic kind of lifestyle. You know? Holy cow. Beautiful.
If we could have Amphicoelius walking down a street in Denver right now, that would be a wonderful sight. It could rear up and look through a fourth or fifth or sixth-story window. Back in its native habitat, though, that was an elegant animal, moved smoothly, gracefully, in great groups, picking and choosing the most delectable parts.
Very funny, Gojira. This is from the 1925 film The Lost World.
If wandering out here I were to find, finally, more of the Amphicoelius, I don't know. Part of me would be very excited finding more of this giant animal and to finally resolve and prove one way or the other the actual size. But on the other hand, part of me would be, I don't know, somewhat reluctant on spending the rest of my life excavating the thing simply because it's so damn big.
Yeah, holy cow. And Ken Carpenter, like me, is only like 4 feet tall. So, he's not a tall man. Nor am I. So digging up a dinosaur that's 200 feet long, of course it didn't exist. It's the result of a numeric error, but, you know, yeah. Yeah. And, gotta say, first day of my 30s was perfect. Birds that unhappy 30th birthday to you. Holy cow. That is extraordinary. Happy birthday to you, Birds That On. Holy moly. Wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. I'm honored that you would show up here on your birthday or on the day after your birthday. A little unclear on that, but at any rate, Birds of That On, thank you for being here, and happy birthday, day of or late, either way. Happy birthday to you, Birds of That On. Thank you for being here. Now, shoot, I pressed those soundboard buttons and that scooted me around to different places, and I should be right here. There we go. Yeah.
actual size. But on the other hand, part of me would be, I don't know, somewhat reluctant on spending the rest of my life excavating the thing simply because it's so damn big.
Yeah.
Wow. Even I'm amazed. That's the most magnificent animal that has ever lived.
Holy cow. Look at that.
Painting a supergiant is a labor of love. So is digging.
And I kind of wonder about this. Did Bob Bacher actually do this whole thing, or is this a static shot that they did with VFX right here? He didn't have a ladder that went up 120 feet in the air here. At the time, I thought this was nuts. Like, he really did this. But that really doesn't even look like a Bacher illustration. It almost looks like they did this in post. Yeah, no way in heck that he got this level of darkness there with his kind of cross-hatching technique that Bacher is well known for. That's not a thing. They did this in VFX in post, but still, you know, it's cool.
One up. Rodolfo Correa is devoting his career to putting Argentinosaurus back together.
One day, I can to make a complete reconstruction of Argentinosaurus. In this way, I will show everybody.
I love the way he says it. Argentinosaurus. Argentinosaurus. There's a poetry, there's a music in the way that he says it. I love it.
One day, I can to make a complete reconstruction of Argentinosaurus. In this
Argentinosaurus.
way, I will show everybody how
one day
this incredible and
yes.
huge and amazing beasts look like.
Claro que sí.
I think that I have enough life.
Magnifico.
For finish the work. I trust in my students, even my daughter or grandsons.
Yeah. And again, this is if I've learned anything from Captain Disillusion on YouTube, a static shot like this immediately invokes skepticism. If it were, you know, a panning shot or a zooming shot, then maybe that would be a little bit more believable, but a static shot like this is, yeah, there's definitely some fakery going on.
Cilius may yet turn up, or perhaps it never lived at all. Perhaps bigger specimens may yet emerge from the twilight of the Cretaceous. If they could walk our streets, they would find them overcrowded.
Yeah.
Our world could not accommodate the mightiest animals to ever stride the land.
There you go.
The Earth Shakers.
Yeah. Ah, that theme song. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Oh, man. As a kid growing up, watching these shows, dreaming of one day being a paleontologist, my heart soars hearing those notes there. And it is such a privilege to be able to stream to you now and talk about these things as somebody who does work in this field and who publishes on these animals and all of that good stuff, you know? Holy cow. Well, with that being said, it is now time to wrap up this broadcast, but don't go away just yet. I'll tell you in a few minutes what we're doing tomorrow. But, let's, there's a Smilodon right there to, totally irrelevant, but let's run our credits over it. An ancient mammal. Not so ancient. Very recent mammal, actually. Yeah. Let's go ahead and find somebody else to raid right now. Moohoodles is streaming, and she is doing some astrobiology news. Let's go say hello to her. She showed up in chat earlier. Let's go raid her. Let's mute her channel first. Shoot. Yeah, Mahoodles does astronomy, astrobiology, space science here on Twitch. We'll go say hello to her. Thank you to everybody whose names are appearing here in the chat. We had an incredible level of support in today's stream. 55 new subs and an untold number of bits. Thank you for your support. Thank you for helping keep this channel on the air. Thank you for supporting me and my science outreach endeavors. I appreciate you more than you know. From the quietest of lurkers and viewers, to the most vociferous of chatters and question askers, to those who subscribed or cheered with bits or, you know, gifted subs or whatever. Through your financial support, this channel keeps going. Moderators, thank you for doing what you do. Raiders, thank you for bringing new people here and helping new people discover this channel. I appreciate each and every one of you. Now we are going to go right into Mahoodles. I will see you there, everybody. You take care. And tomorrow we're going to be doing Thursday Birds Day, talking about Troodon nests and Chylosaur skulls and fatal injuries to the skulls of armored dinosaurs found through the fossil record. We'll talk about that. But for now, let's go over to Mahoodles. I'll see you there, everybody. Take care.